JC, ready? Okay. Yeah. Oh, we're going to get into it today. It's going to be great today. At McDonald's, they say you got to break the day. You know what I mean? Welcome, everyone, to the Killah Priest Podcast. I am your host. Do we got that? We got to get that put in there. Just Killah Priest Podcast. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Instead of cast. It's just going to go all the way craft. Welcome to the Killah Priest Podcast. I am your host, Killah Priest Iron Sheik. None other, Lord's son. And controlling the rocket is none other than AD8 Dizzle.
Yeah, what's good? Welcome back. It's going to be a wild show. You already know. Hold on, let me fix my mic real quick.
Yeah,
there you go.
I'm like, yo,
I was playing Call of Duty, so I like to make a realistic effect on the EQ.
Sound like you was in you was on Rocket to Nebula.
Yeah, I had to drop the bass there. Okay, we back.
Some of the songs.
It's going to be a wild show. You already know. Let's go.
Yeah, y'all know y'all coming in the building for yesterday, for last time, man. Shout out to Coach Kadaka. She's there in the building. She said, Tamika, yay. Triple JC. My man, Walter the Water of Love hoodie. You know, all day love, all day love, all day love. Okay, peace to the podcast. That's by Deadbeat. Void. Yeah, Coach is in the building. Jody Southworth is in the building. She likes the background. Putting it back down. We ain't see Voltage. Shout out to Voltage. Know he up in the building, you know what I'm saying? Kenneth Miller is in the building. What's up? Welcome if you're new. Tamika Wright. She said, get it, Priest. Yeah.
Hey.
I'm gonna get it. About to get with it. All right. I see Priest acting, joking around.
Jolly guy.
Yeah. Shout out to everybody that's in the building, that's coming through, and welcome to, if it's your first time, welcome to the Killah Priest Podcast. We are gonna, you heard the song in the beginning. We talk about everything from astrophysics to ancient civilizations, opening up the truth. And what we're about is about trying to get to the source, getting to the source, getting to the meat. Trying to get to the point where we don't have to keep going back and forth. It's always like that in life, but we want to get to a solution. Planning, getting to solution for 2022. This is not 2021 no more. If you're still in that realm of 2021, you better hurry up and come on with us, man. We in retrograde right now, right, AD?
Technically, it's Friday, but yeah.
What do you mean by that? Oh, it's Friday retrograde?
On Friday, we start Mercury retrograde, yeah.
Retrograde. Mm-hmm. Friday is retrograde. Okay. Mm-hmm. So, if you don't know, retrograde is when you got to get all your stuff together before it. It'll be Friday. It's almost like the flood. When the flood comes, it is like get your house in order. Everything be chaotic. You're on a planet. We are on a planet that's governed and ruled by other planets. I mean, we're in the solar system, a body of people, and a body of celestial bodies that's all around us. Now, the way I get it, AD, you can help me out with this, but if one of the planets, being Mercury, spin the opposite direction, depending on gravitation or whatever it is, or
okay.
pull, it affects the whole body, solar system, sort of like how the body operates. The heart, the lungs, all of that. If one goes out, then the other one has to put in a little bit more work. So it kind of takes the body out of kind of whack or things like that. It would have been fun and deep about those things when you look at it. I'm going to come out of my zone to look at the chat room because I start to build and stuff. Sometimes I go back into the mode, seeing what y'all got to say. Astrotheology, yeah. Says please make sure y'all hit the like. That's right. And I'm gonna let it pile up a little bit. We have a great guest today. This brother came through last time. It was off the hook. I'm not gonna lie, it was off the hook. It was the WWF of all podcasts. Yeah, cats jumping out of it was like off the rope, the top ropes, they were coming through through the ropes. It's like wrestling. Somebody came with a chair, you know what I'm saying? And
oh, yeah!
Popped up, yeah, that's right. Cats just popped up online, Yo, AD, remember that time? It was somebody who popped up online. We didn't even know who that was.
Yeah, some random person had joined the chat.
Yeah, it was bugged out. He was just driving a car. Yeah. Y'all hear Rasul voice. He's in the building. You know what I mean? So it's like, you know, yeah. Somebody said, Dreadlock said, Brother Sanchez is about to teach. And we can't wait, man, because, you know, it's always good to learn and stretch our imagination, stretch our system of thinking, expand. I'm not scared to do it. When you're inside the gym, you stretch. You know what I'm saying? It expands, it stretches some of your muscles. It may hurt because you're not used to being in that position. But if you do it long enough, you will see that your body is created to bend that way, that you could, you know, you can maneuver. And then you'll be more flexible when you get into your art, your dance, or whatever you do that's mechanical.
You got to break it down to build it up.
That's what it is.
That's what happens with the muscles.
That's right.
Vinny right there.
Yep. And Vinny in the building. And muscles have a memory. I don't want to forget this. You know, man, I got to start with this, bro.
Okay.
We get things keep going on on the show. That's lovely. I want to send another shout out. They sent us another gift, and it came from Radar Plus again. Shout out to them. And we're gonna be shouting them out for a while. You know what I mean? Things work out. They sent us Brain Booster. Man, this is so lovely. Focus and Plus. For you cats that need to boost your brains. Get your brain moving. You know what I mean? Stagnating. You got a lot of alcohol in there over the weekend. You might be stagnated.
It's got some ginseng.
You caught that already?
Yeah, I looked at the
Let me see.
ingredients. It's got some ginkgo,
Hit me in the head.
and it's got some L-theanine.
L-theanine, huh? You might be talking about this CMOS.
Oh, okay.
I didn't see that in here. The
Whatever
brain
you showed
booster.
me, yeah.
Yeah. Let's look at what they say. They sent us CMOS, and it's a beautiful package. I like this. See it? Plus, you can play the
Play the maracas.
I like to do fun things.
That goes great with congos.
Hey, shout out to Bobby the Congo. We was with Bobby the Congo yesterday. Shout out to Bobby the Congo. He'll be tuning in. Played us some dope congos yesterday, right?
Yeah, over there. What was that song?
It was over a whole bunch of songs of mine.
It was one particular one I really liked how he did it.
Yeah, the rain.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did the rain. Can You Stand the Rain? Me and shout out to Main Flow.
Main flow. Wow.
Yeah, he was on that song. Yeah, Main Flow. Me and Main Flow did a song that I kind of like released called The Rain. Shout out to Congas in the building, man. Congas, Bobby Congas, and you know it takes a lot of work of doing that. All right, you know what I'm saying. So shout out to them. Shout out to once again. This is sea moss, bladderwrack, and burdock. You know what I mean? Burdock root. You know, all of this comes from the underground, under the water, sea. And it detox, cleanse, enhances energy, skin health, joint support, immunity booster, anti-aging, all that. I think sea moss has 92 minerals. Am I right on that?
Yeah, I heard something like that, yeah.
Yeah, 92. Well, I don't have 100. Nobody can get 100. I guess you get the 100 from the water or something.
I mean, the 100's only,
yeah.
you know.
eight. It's only 8%. I think the bladder rack's probably throwing that little 8 that you're missing. 92, you want 100% of
That's to assume that 100 is perfect.
Hey, right?
In the universe, 12 is the perfect number.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying? And then 7 has its own properties itself, which everybody already knows that. Right?
That's true. Who's to say? Yeah, somebody said 92. I hope I said 92 right. You know, sometimes our mind just be going, it just wanders sometimes. All right. So, in the building right now, we're going to bring him on, man. Yeah, I remember from last time. It was off the hook in here. And, you know, he's always bringing dope guests to the show. And always, I mean, he's got an ill history, too. One day he's going to go into it. This brother is not new to the science. he's been around the block a couple of times. You know, I got a chance to talk to him for a very long time on the phone. Vinny, ladies and gentlemen, Vinny.
Hey, Killah.
Yo,
Hey,
what up?
that's cool to see more. It makes me think of Dr. Zebi when you mentioned burdock too. Dr.
Yeah.
Zebi always talked about burdock being one of the best things for us.
Yeah,
For
exactly.
alpha. So that's pretty cool. Sounds good.
Yep.
And thanks, Killah, as always. You know, it's been a
Yep.
pleasure.
Shout out to Dr.
I'm
Inky
always,
too. Go ahead.
what happened?
Dr.
Oh.
Inky sent us some fire. Go ahead.
And yeah, I just excited to bring Brother Sanchez on tonight. I just wanted to say a couple things, and then I'm probably going to get out of the way. I see it's just you and Bro Sanchez could have a nice show. I actually wanted to start the show talking to I like to call them ballers. Some people have different terms, but people who believe in the globe. I actually wanted to talk to you, and I wanted to say I give credit and I respect all of you that hang out, and maybe this isn't your favorite topic, and maybe you're looking at Killah Priest and like, is this a flat earth podcast? The truth is I've told Killah Priest a while ago, YouTube, the past 3 years, flat earth is a huge thing. It's the biggest thing on YouTube for the past couple of years. So it brings it gets exciting. But this isn't a flat earth podcast. But I appreciate Killah giving us this opportunity, and I appreciate all of you that might not believe and you still hang out. And I also want to give big credit to Razul and Mang, who I know a lot of us flat earthers, giving them a lot of stuff, but
you're under the radar right now.
They deserve credit because they actually are trying. People talk like, oh, you need to get Neil Tyson deGrasse to do better than Mank and Razul. Well, the truth is Neil Tyson deGrasse and these big time scientists, they won't debate. So Razul and Mank and people like that, I think they actually deserve respect, and to put yourself out there. Let's not beat up on them and be mean. They deserve respect, and that's what I wanted to say. And I appreciate all of you that are letting flat earthers get some time. And Bro Sanchez, Dave Weiss, and a lot of us, we're not just flat earthers. Bro Sanchez, he's got a lot to talk about. It's just, this is a hot topic. So I just wanted to say thank you to you ballers, and I'm excited to watch Bro Sanchez, and I think you're all going to have a great show. And thank you, Killah, as always, for giving this freedom of speech platform and letting every side be heard.
Well, thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you so much, bro.
Well said.
Well said. And without further ado, are you going to introduce him or I'm going to introduce him? Yeah.
I don't know. I'm kind of like a fan of Bro Sanchez too, so I'm like just excited, and Bro Sanchez, I feel like a lot of people know him, but if for you that don't, you're in for a treat. And like I said, he's not just a flat earther, but he's one of the biggest at that too, just like Dave. Dave, you could see he wanted to even talk about Tartaria, but his thing is flat earth. And, Bro Sanchez got a lot to talk about. And, let's let him talk. And I'm going to just fall back and excited to watch you guys.
That's no intro, bro. You got to give him an intro. Ladies and gentlemen, coming to the podcast right now, there's brother super mind. He's a super mind. You know what I'm saying? We just going to introduce him right now since we already got the podcast up and going. I bring to you Brother Sanchez.
Salute to you, Killah Priest, and to my brother Vinny. I'm so glad to be here. Yeah. I feel at home. It's good to be part of the podcast. I like that, how you coined that. And I'm just ready to hear to let folks know that, like Vinny said, it's bigger than flat earth with me. Flat earth was something that I got into because I ain't gonna lie, I like to clown people teaching if I think it's pseudo and stuff like that. I built my channel doing that. My main thing was teaching the Council of Nicaea and showing people how all the world religions originated from Kemet. But then I stumbled across flat earth in my life, and I started to re-examine Nut and Gab And I start to do a little further research and say, well, man, I can't really clown these guys like everybody else. That's pretty much everybody's story. But to make my intro short so I can save all of my time for the teachings, I'm here today. If I'm giving 2 hours, in my first hour, guys, what you're gonna get is just a bunch of basic observations that led me to determining that the earth is flat. And I'm open for scrutiny on those, you know. And then I'm gonna also kind of share a little bit of the symbolism aspect of what the ancients taught and kind of opening us up to the world of the ancients. So I just want to thank KP once again and thank everybody for tuning in. And this is way bigger than Flat Earth once again. So
Okay.
I'm ready to do it when y'all ready. Peace and love to the chat.
No doubt. And I want to make an acknowledgement. Shout out to Lord Jamal, Grand Pooba. The great Grand Pooba is in the chat room. Oh, man, this is a legendary night. Oh, this is off the hook. Grand Pooba, peace to the God. Grand Pooba in the building, yo. Word, I'll be looking out for that. Word. Okay, the floor is
I want to
yours.
salute to Lord Jamar and Grand Pooba as well. Much love and big salutes.
Yeah.
And where do you want me to start, KP? You and Benny, where would y'all like me to start as far as the presentation? I mean, you just want me to go right in with what I got? How y'all want to do it? Is there questions? It's just my presentation.
What you think, Vinny?
Okay, that's what's up with it.
Yeah.
With this, guys, I'm gonna open up with a screen share. We ain't gonna waste no time. We're gonna trim the fat.
Exactly.
And
this is what we're about.
I'm gonna start my joint with the screen share. So it says that the host got to unlock it real quick. And
it should be unlocked now. Go ahead and try again.
All right, thank you. All right, we're gonna talk basic geometry, everybody. We're gonna talk basic geometry. We're gonna deal with the sun. And before I even get on a flat earth, we just gonna examine some basic things we've been taught and put them to the test, just so you can see what even lead the flat earth itself. See, once you start unraveling one thing, it leads to another one and another one, and you realize the lies, the amount of lies are immense. So what we're looking at now is a little chart here that's gonna show how the sun rays would behave on a flat earth versus a globe earth. And this is correct. On the left, if flat earthers are saying that the sun is very close and is not 93 million miles away, then we should see triangulation from the sun rays, meaning that a close light source you'll be able to trace the base of that triangle back to where the rays converge at to get you to reveal the source. So that's something to keep in mind, that on a globe, right, if the sun is 93 million miles away, you won't have triangulation. That's important to grasp right now, guys. This is basic. This is basic. All right, so if the sun is close, we will be able to trace those rays back to a close sun, which flat earthers are saying is local, is right within the atmosphere, okay? Now, that may sound crazy to you right now, but just stay with me. If we're on a globe and the sun is 93 million miles away, there's no way possible we would ever find crepuscular rays. Here's what we're taught, how the sun rays would enter on a globe. You got to think about having a basketball with a flashlight to it. The further you remove the flashlight away from the basketball, the less the less triangulation gonna be perceived from the people on the basketball. If we're saying we're on a globe, the whole side of this globe will be equally illuminated at the base of a sun that's projecting its light in parallel rays. Parallel rays is what we're looking at here, because if you can find what flat earthers will have to do is find the sun creating crepuscular rays. If flat earthers are saying the sun is close and all that, they would have to show us the sun creating some crepuscular rays. The flat earthers will have to show us what we see on the left, guys. And so that's what I'm prepared to do right off the bat, just to show you that. These pictures are kind of blurry, but we're gonna look at a lot, don't worry. On the left here, we see a local sun right within the clouds, right within the atmosphere, within the what they call the exosphere is the level that the sun is on. But you see the parallel rays just like on the right you see from the street light. Now, if you were standing under that street light, you can trace the base of that triangle back to the source that's projecting the light. And you would know that that source isn't miles away if it's making this triangle, right? So here's another image right here we want to examine. I'm about to go deep with this. Think about these crepuscular rays. We don't see the sun making parallel rays, and we're going to talk about these hot spots later. But check this out, guys. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? This is literally how you get your Santa Claus hat, but we ain't finna go into that right now. I'm going to show you a little symbolism because the Egyptians had something called Aten. And Aten was them acknowledging the fact that the sun is very close. If you know, that was of course a pharaoh by the name of Aten, but there's actually a science of Atenism, which is basically a geometry, examining the rays the way we're doing here. If you look at what the pharaoh Aten is doing here, he's making a statement that the sun is close. You see how he got it right above his head right there?
Okay,
he's making a statement.
Let's slow down on that, brother. Explain that real slow. You saying that that he's showing us that the sun is close?
Yes.
Okay.
Because you're seeing the same triangulation that you would need for the flat Earth right here. These are called divergent rays, crepuscular rays. These would be the direct opposite of parallel rays, would be a sun 93 million miles away, which they say, which I showed here. This is not the way the sun rays enter our Earth, but we don't go outside. We just go into the textbooks. We learn in classrooms and buildings, but our ancestors learned in the jungle. That's the difference. They was observing what they saw. And when you go outside, you see the truth that sacred geometry proves that the sun is close. Sunspots right down the ocean. Think about this. Those sunspots you see right there at the bottom of this image, this is the only place in the world that they are. This proves that this is a local sun and it's bringing its heat, warmth, and radiance to you as it come to you. So at 12 o'clock, you can feel the sun's heat above your head. A sun 93 million miles away would equally heat this whole side of the globe evenly. There's no way you would have these variances from a sun that far away. Only a local sun close up on us can explain why I can feel the heat above my head at 12 high noon, and you can feel it above your head there. That sun that we see is right where we see it, and it's taking its heat with it. So a sun 90. So think about this, because a lot of people didn't really take geometry. A lot of people fail geometry, but these crepuscular rays proves that the sun cannot be 93 million miles away. And I'm going to expound on this. This picture that we see here with Aten, he's showing you crepuscular rays, and he's got the sun right above his head. Why would he do that? Why would he do that? Why would he look at here. If I'm going outside at the beach and I'm enjoying the sun like the Egyptians did, they revered the sun, and I'm hailing to Ra. Hey, Ra, we sun gazing, right? And I know that it's right above my head at 12 o'clock, right above my crown chakra. So my thing is this right here. That's just one thing to start the show off with, to show you that the sun is close. Here's another thing to show you that the sun is close. The Hebrew here, to my Hebrew brothers, we got this is the Hebrew cosmos that we're looking at. And you see that the Hebrew have the sun on the same altitude as the clouds. Now, somebody may say, man, that's going to be hard for you to prove, Brother Sanchez. When have we ever seen the sun on the same altitude of the clouds? Let's watch this video. See, we don't go outside no more. I'm gonna show you something real quick, guys. Watch this video. These are pilots that are flying above the sun. You know that if we lived on a globe, there's never a time where you should be able to look down at the sun. It's 93 million miles away. You got to be 94 million miles away to look down at it. You know what I mean? Never a time on a globe should you be able to look down at the sun when you above the clouds, unless the Hebrew knew what they was talking about right here. Unless the Hebrew knew what they was talking about right here. See, we was taught to laugh at the ancestors, but remember, we're detached from nature. We look more down at iPhones than we look up in the sky to examine stuff like what I'm showing here on the screen, which is why the truth of your reality can be hid right in front of your face. Look at this image. How is there clouds behind the sun and in front of it if the sun is not on the same altitude level of the clouds? Listen, those clouds got to be 93 million miles away for a globalist to explain this. Because check out now, if you got to think about it, if these pilots looking down at the sun, that's a problem. Look at that. There go the sun right here where my mouse cursor is. You can see it glaring. And let's see if we can get it an even better shot. Here it is right here. You can see the sun, guys, on the same altitude of the clouds. And guess what? It will not poke its head above that electromagnetic horizon that we see here. There are shelves to our reality. And this is why the clouds get flat right here at the top. And you see that the sun don't poke above it either. It flatten out there too. There's things about our reality that we don't have all the answers for, but upon examination, what we do know is it ain't what they're telling us. So when I go on back and resort to what the Hebrew are saying, let me close my email, I'm sorry. When you resort to what the Hebrew are saying about the sun being on the same altitude as the clouds, everything that the Hebrew said about our sun so far can be proven. Because if the sun was where the Hebrews say it's at, we should get crepuscular rays. Here go the image right here. See that on a flat earth model, the sun can be seen right within your atmosphere right there. On a globe model, that's not so. It's 93 million miles away and the light got to travel to you. Keeping in mind that this light is losing luminosity as it travels because a flashlight won't shine forever. So think about that, because in the morning, it ain't as bright as it is in the noontime. That means that the sun's light is as it is traveling, that's when the sun is closer to you. If it's brighter, that means me shining a flashlight close to you, it'll be brighter. If I move away, I'm losing luminosity. So the sun is operating like a flashlight. And with flashlights, guess what we have? Guess what a flashlight is? A flashlight is a local light source. It's called a local light source. And local light sources, we have what's called triangulation. So like with this flashlight, right? If I was an ant, a very small ant living at the base of this light that's being projected, I wouldn't actually see the flashlight, for example, right? But if I follow the base of the light back to where it's pointing to, it will lead me to the flashlight. I know that I'm jambling over my words. I need to slow down a bit, but I'm basically showing you triangulation here. Okay. You know what I mean? Based on local light sources. You wouldn't get that if I take that flashlight and start moving it away from you, I'm starting to make that triangle expand. And the wider that triangle get, it is losing luminosity. So what'll happen is you'll get this huge stream of parallel rays that's just covering your entire body in a wide base the further I go back, right? So this is why we have this. We was taught that the sun rays on a globe come in parallel. That's what we were taught. And we were given cartoons like the one on the screen. But I got news for you. This ain't a cartoon. See, what Flat Earth is showing ain't no cartoon. This is what you see outside, crepuscular rays. What they're giving you is the cartoon right here. All right, now let's move forward with this. Like I said, the sun is within the clouds. You can see the bottom of it poking through the clouds, the top of it poking up. It's showing us that if there's clouds in front of the sun and behind it, the sun is moving through the clouds like an airplane, which is why I can show you an airplane looking down at the sun. And I'm gonna keep repeating this. You should not be able to look down at a sun that's 93 million miles away. It never will happen on a globe Earth. Now let's move on to something else. More proof that the ancestors' conception of our reality is more accurate than what we've been taught. I'm gonna have to go to one of my old videos real quick to pull up this footage. It'll only take 10 seconds, maybe 15 seconds to grab that. Let me get it. Thought I had it queued up, but thank y'all for your patience. So let me go ahead and pull this up. Bam, there it is. All right, so this is one of my most viral videos. Why do we see the sun and moon out at the same time? Look at there. There go the moon, guys.
I would agree with you. I do. There are times I did see the sun and the moon same time.
Mm-hmm. Every day, if you want to see the sun and moon out at the same time, you can. This is a normal. This is not no rare star alignment or nothing like that. This is just every day. We just don't really observe it. We don't go outside a lot, like I said. Now, you would never be able to see the sun and moon at the same time on a globe unless we can show you how it will work on a globe. It will work like this. So on a globe, for you to see the sun and moon at the same time, it will only be true for one group of people. To the people, for example, at this angle at the top of the globe, they would be able to see it. Now, the people on the opposite side of the globe got a problem because when they look up in the sky, they won't see a sun or a moon. That's kind of crazy, right? You know, the only way you could go outside and look up and see the sun and moon in the sky at the same time, if what the ancients were saying about our reality is true. If we're all on this earth right here, and we all can go outside and look up and see the sun and moon at the same time, and you can do this whether it's daytime or nighttime. You can see the sun and moon out at the same time. They call it dawn. They call it dawn. Go outside sometime. I'm a night owl. Because guess what? When I go outside at dawn, I look above my head and I see the moon glowing above me and a beautiful blue sky above me. Then I look on the horizon and I say, okay, morning is coming. Think about the terminology we use. Morning is coming. Morning is coming to me as the sun comes, bringing morning to me. These luminaries are what's creating time, and time is something that's happening locally. So if you look at the flat earth, it's literally a clock. And the sun would be the hour hand, the moon would be the minute hand, and the North Pole would be the second hand. The red one that's talking TikTok, that's the serpent tongue. We talking chronos here. The seconds are what govern the hours, the minutes, and everything else, and what we refer to as real time. I'm getting too advanced for y'all right now. I need to stay basic on.
I don't think you're getting too advanced for us. We follow it. Go ahead.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, that is an insult. I forgot where I'm at, man.
Yeah, you on the podcraft, brother. The chat room is lighting up right now, so we are. Oh man, this is going. We're going through some rage right now. It's heavy. Don't stop it.
If this stuff make a person mad, it's exposing their religious programming. When someone attacked Christ when I was a Christian, I got mad until I found out that those brothers who was trying to teach me about the Council of Nicaea were correct. And now I see that my anger was misdirected. Don't be attached to nothing, guys, because remember, none of us know it all. Keep an open mind and always be willing to consider information. No one's saying you got to take what I'm showing, observe it. Does it resonate? Does it make sense? But I'm gonna continue, right?
Yeah.
That we can see the moon and sun out all the time. And that's because we on a flat earth. And a lot of people say, well, the ancients didn't teach a flat earth. Yes, they did. Here go the Hebrew cosmos, and I'm going to show you many more right now other than the Hebrew, but I want to say something to my Hebrew brothers. Yahweh Shah said when he come, you know, every eye going to see him in the heavens. And for every eye to see Yahweh Shah, you got to be on a flat earth. Because everybody, when see him, depending on what angle he approached the globe from, everybody wouldn't see him. If when they talk about God cracking open the heavens and every eye seeing him, it's because the people who wrote that, this was their conception of the universe, what you're looking at. And in fact, they had 7 heavens, which is why in Revelation, you got 7 seals, 7, you know, all of these things. God basically got to break through all of these 7 ethers just to make it to our earth dimension, according to the Hebrew. I don't want to use too much symbolism here. I'm going to get back with the field work, but I'm just showing the Hebrew brothers. This is when you read Revelation, when it say that God exists on the 7th heaven. Christians may forget that, but that it for God to descend to the earth, God got to break through 7 seals, what the Hebrew referred to as the 7 ethers. Think of a football team breaking through the homecoming paper. They saying if God come to the earth, he got to break through these 7 seals, and that's how you get the plagues happening and as God return and all of that. But I'm not here to get too theological, just showing the Hebrew brothers something here. Now check this out, guys. When we go to the ocean, we see the waves coming in and out, in and out, in and out. According to the Hebrew, there's a pole in the middle of this thing that's pushing all the ocean in the water, all the water in the ocean, excuse me, pushing it outward, right? But then when it reached this outer barrier, and these barriers are not liquid, I'm all over the place. I hope I'm not losing you guys. Trying to give you so much stuff in one stream. But I'm gonna bring it back, I swear.
Yeah, just take your time, brother. We listening.
All right. So basically, if you look at our oceans and the way they behave, the water coming in and out, we gotta talk about that because on a globe they teach that all of the continents are like floating ships or islands that's separated from Africa and all that. But if you look at the Hebrew here, it teaches that all of the continents are one big solid rock. And if you think about it, that's why we have an ocean floor. Because if you start to go to the beach and go all the way to the ocean, you'll see every single continent on Earth is connected to each other by the ocean floor. There are no big floating islands. Pangea was a lie. Let me explain something to you, right? This how I can prove once again that the ancients are right and the people who teaching us today are wrong. All right. When they say that all of the water on Earth is controlled by the moon, that the moon control the tides, right? Which is why the ocean, huh?
No, I did hear that. The moon pulls the ocean.
Yeah, they said that the moon create the ocean tides. Right. And that's dead wrong, because if the moon was strong enough to affect the water of the oceans like that, why when you at the beach with your beer in your cup, you ain't got tides happening in your cup? People may laugh at that, but if you think about it, excuse my language, This is science. This is observation. Ain't no way around that. If the moon is strong enough to pull all of this water in the ocean, which is way more water than what's in my cup, what is going to just leave my drink alone, huh? So now the moon's selective now. The moon saying, no, I ain't going to affect the lakes that's on land. I ain't going to affect that man's swimming pool in his backyard. I'm just going to mess with the ocean. So now now forces of nature are selective. That's like fire saying, I'm just going to burn old people, not young people. Forces of nature aren't selective. They work equally on all things in nature. So if the moon is affecting the water in the ocean that way, it should be affecting the water in your swimming pool that way. So why ain't these lakes and all of these things on the continents having tides? Because they're mounted to this solid rock. The Hebrews said all of our land is mounted to one rock that's immovable. And so the water in your pool is all on this one rock. The lakes and all that are mounted to this earth rock. That's why they ain't got no tides. But all the other water, what we call the ocean tides are created because when the water in these oceans get to the North Pole, that electromagnetic energy pushes it back. But then it has nowhere to go when it reaches these outer walls. It's running into another electromagnetic energy field, and it's pushing it inward. So when we go to the beach, what do we see the water doing? Pushing in and out, just like I'm explaining here. The North Pole and the outer barriers of this terrarium is playing ping pong with the ocean water. And that's why when you go to the beach, it behaves that way. Now, everything I'm showing you so far showing us that the ancestors weren't as stupid as we thought, because this explains why tides don't happen in your pool, but they will have to if they're teaching us the right thing here in these images, that the moon control the ocean tides. We don't never say to ourselves, could they be wrong? We think they're the end all be all. And that's where we wrong. So I'm showing you several things now to show you now that flat earthers ain't as stupid as you think. Then the ancestors weren't as stupid as you think. The only people stupid are the ones that'll go outside and see what I'm showing them in their own reality, and knowing that it lines up with a flat earth and still believe in the cartoon right here. Knowing that there's no way you can see the sun and moon up in the sky at the same time on the globe, and for everybody to do it. We've done an experiment where there's been brothers on one part of the plane go live with brothers in the southern part, and we both showing the sun and moon out at the same time. That's like two people, right? So let's say if you on a globe, you got people at the top looking at the sun and moon in their sky, and the people at the bottom of the globe can see the sun and moon in their sky. That would be impossible. The only way that can happen is, again, the ancients knew what they was talking about. They knew what they was talking about. All right, now, Earth was a god called Geb to the Egyptians, and he was laid out flat, and the arch that was over them is what you're looking at here would be Nut. Now check this out. An equivalent of Geb would be Horus. Why? Because Geb represents the horizon line. Horus literally means horizontal, horizon. Okay, look at right here. That's why the Egyptians got Geb laid flat. No one goes outside and look at a horizon line and think that it's a curve. And if you think that it's a curve, you will have to say, well, that's because you own the earth. You got to leave the earth. If your science can only be proven from space, then every child needs to be an astronaut. If your science can't be proven from where you at, you got a problem, because mine can. If I got to take everybody to the space for them to see the blue marble, we in trouble. And I'm gonna show you some. Flat earthers have sent weather balloons up, and there is no curvature. But I'm gonna get here back and show you some what pilots use to fly with. This is called an altitude indicator. This let the pilot know is he's flying parallel to the horizon. Because if his plane is not parallel to the plane, well, we know he either going up and ascending or he's descending and about to crash. So this plane need to know that think about it, it's called a plane, an airplane, because it's made to fly on a plane that's in the air. I just showed it to you. Let me show it to you. Pilots, oh, this is my video, my bad. I think I took it off. I'm gonna bring it back up here.
Come on in, y'all. We got coming in. Brother Sanchez is building. Yeah, go on in. It's a beautiful, beautiful build.
Right here, you see, even above the clouds, we have a horizon line above the clouds. Above the cloud, you have a whole nother layer up here that is a whole nother horizon show. All right, now a pilot up here is using an instrument to know, even if he can't see, that he ain't nose diving and that he ain't ascending. That's very important to know. We talking life-threatening knowledge, guys. This ain't nothing to play with. And so the equipment that he used to make sure his plane is even with the horizon is right here. And if you look at this tool, it's shaped just like the flat earth that we live on. Look at it. The sacred geometry behind the tool that's used to traverse this plane mirrors it. Now, the thing about it is this also, we say that and let me pull up this next slide while I'm at it. We talk about circumnavigating a globe. Don't you know that's impossible? I'm gonna show you why. Mm-hmm. For you to travel around a sphere, that would be spherical navigation. The root word of circumnavigation is circle. You're dealing with flying above a circle. See, when you walk out your house and you take a walk around the block and you started where you left off at, you didn't just circumnavigate a globe. You just walked in a circle. Airplanes are flying in circles and they're saying we're circumnavigating a globe. Really? So now remember that this plane will have to constantly nosedive to maintain a constant 360. But on a flat earth, a plane wouldn't have to constantly nosedive if it wanted to go in a circle around the earth and do a world tour. It wouldn't have to do that. You know what it will have to do? It's a plane. It will have to stay even with the airplane. Excuse me. It will have to stay even with the horizon that's above the clouds. When a pilot can't see the ground because it's a bunch of clouds that it flew above, it no longer rely on the ground. It can actually rely on this horizon up here and know that it's even with the ground because they both are in alignment. The ancestors said that our universe is stacked into shells, electromagnetic invisible shells. Even if you go outside and look at the bottom of the clouds, you'll see these shells. In fact, let me show you an image of that real quick. Here's a little collage here. And I like this one right here. It's showing you like the layers stacked upon each other all the way to the top. These little water surfaces would be electromagnetic barriers. And I'll show you what the ancestors were showing us here. You can see at the bottom of this cloud, it's just flat. The bottom of that cloud just start to get flat as if it met a wall. Something making that cloud go no further. And what I'm telling you, these are pressure points, guys. We're in a closed terrarium, and the pressure increases as we get to the top because the dome is getting narrow, right? Think of going to the top of a cone, okay? So the highest level would be helium, but that's neither here nor there. Let's talk about why this bottom of this cloud is flat. The bottom of that cloud is meeting an invisible magnetic shelf, just like soap suds on top of your bath water. So you have soap suds on your bath water. If you can go up under your bath water and look at those suds, they will look just like this cloud. The ancestors said that we are basically like crabs in a terrarium, and our aquarium starts where the bottom of these clouds flatten at. That's the surface of our invisible ocean. We're fish in a tank, and this represents if you want to say, the clouds can be looked at as soap suds floating on top of the water surface of that tank. So I'm just showing you basic things in our reality that we may or not pay attention to. So our whole existence is within a small pocket, right? Let me show you something here, and then I'm gonna go to some more field observations.
Very interesting.
Our whole, you see where the bottom of the clouds get flat, and then beneath that you would have the horizon line. Now, the ground that we walk on, according to the ancestors, is literally the grounding point of an electromagnetic energy field where the sky meets the ground and creates the horizon, is where negative meet positive. Look at the image that I'm showing. In the bottom right corner, the Dogon taught this same science. The Dogon ain't dumb people. The Western anthropologists go and interview them. They want to act like they so smarter than these guys. But why are you going to interview them? Why are you learning from the Dogon? If you so smarter than the Dogon, why the Dogon ain't flying over here to learn from the Western anthropologists? See, the Dogon is teaching them the truth, but they ain't teaching it to us, which is why we should go directly to the source, y'all. There's a big scandal there that I've been exposing on my channel with the Dakar Djibouti mission. You go look on my main channel. The Dogon mother goddess Amma is literally the personification of the energy at the North Pole where all compasses are pointing. Now check this out right here, y'all. The symbol that we call in a Dogon Kananga, in science, it's called a hyperboloid. And it's very important that we start to study this. I'm about to pull up another, hold on a second here. I'm about to pull up something else here to bring this home. All right, so I got so many slides open. Let me find the exact one I need here. Sorry about that. All right, you know what? Oh, thank you so much. You know what? I'm just gonna skip that part and just for the sake of keeping the flow going. So check, I can explain it with this collage. What we're looking at here in the bottom right corner, this is what they're calling a Dogon Kananga, but you can see the sun and moon on both sides of this goddess. That is the negative and positive to a battery. Earth is a battery and the sun and moon is the negative and positive. The sky and the ground represents this duality that creates our whole battery that we're in. We call the name of Earth was Terra. And if you go and look up the word battery, you can actually see the word Terry or Terra in that word, by dealing with the soul, the knowledge of the energy that the earth create to power itself. It's the same energy that your body used to power itself, and we call it the soul. So the thing about this, guys, is there two magnets never really touch. There's what you see here with the top arch meeting the bottom arch, this pocket in the middle here. Think of you having two magnets and you trying to stick them together, but they won't stick together. You ever had that happen before? And you can get them so close to where it's a thin strip, but they still ain't touching them. You just can't overpower them. That's literally what's happening right here, where the clouds are getting flat, and then you see they meet the horizon line below. So this little small pocket is where we actually experience our life. And on the scale of the universe, this would be the same thickness of a CD disc.
Now,
The hole at the CD disc would be what we're calling the North Pole that's spinning and it playing the song of life.
And these are essentially torus fields, right?
There you go. And you know what's crazy about it? These torus fields can be looked at as a vinyl record, and the sun is the laser that's reading the record. And each ring is its own song, its own frequency and realm. See, this is where things start to get real deep here, because this is what the Mayan described the nature of our reality as, right here. People laugh at flat earthers today, but we ain't alone. See, what made me not being ashamed of being laughed at when I found out that, hey, they laughing at the ancestors too. And I'm like, okay, well, you laughing at the me and the ancestors? That's an honor. Shit, I thought they was just laughing at me, you know? But if it's me and the ancestors on this same viewpoint, hey, I can do it now. Let's go. Let's go. So the thing is this, the Mayan calendar, and I was showing this on the other show.
Yeah, that was.
And that was something else I wanted to bring up to the brother who was the Thematic brother, but I forgot what it was. It was something very important, but I ain't gonna let that distract me for now. What I want to show is
Tahuti.
Tahuti. Salutes to that brother. Salutes to all of those brothers that's on, man. I like the Thematic brothers. I like the Hoteppers, man. But, you know, ain't nobody going to be open-minded to this new stuff. That's all cool. It's going to grow on you once y'all see that it's in alignment with your ancestors. Because most of the brothers just want to connect with the ancestors. And guess what? You can't connect with ancient people without ancient cosmology. How you going to, the way that the ancestors connected with their reality was through their cosmology. Their whole spirituality was tied up into the way the sun and moon and star, it was all about cosmology to them. So if you don't have your ancestors' cosmology, you ain't even connecting to reality the way your ancestors did. Which is why I don't mind being laughed at, long as I know I see the world the way the ancients did. And to me, the ancients had the answers. We don't today. The people in power today, they got the theories. And I think the ancestors actually had the answers that they're hiding with the theories. Now, here's the Mayan calendar, and that shouldn't be, that's really a misstatement. This is actually the Mayan universe. They want you to think it's a calendar, but it should be said the Mayan calendars. The word calendar is also the word cylinder, because as you can see here, calendars are made, they're charted.
That's all.
Keep this in mind. Everything we use is pointing us to a flat earth. When you fly or when you travel in a boat, you use a map, which is flat. Why wouldn't you have a globe? Why wouldn't you navigate with that globe right there on the cockpit so it can account for curvature and all that? Why y'all got flat maps and you saying that we're dividing the land with square miles? And I want y'all to go home tonight and try to evenly separate a sphere by squares. Good luck. Good luck. Now check this out, y'all. This is the flat earth ring map. And this shows you that our reality is a ripple effect or a continuum. All right. And the Mayan actually agreed with this same thing. Now, what you guys are calling the Dogon Kananga is not just exclusive to the Dogon. And what I'm about to pull up now finna really go deep. So hold on a minute and let me grab this real quick, because I've been wanting to show this a while. Because
at first we were taught, learning about the Mayan calendar, that it was the precession of the equinox. Mm-hmm. And that it was showing that 26,000 year cycle, to which the end of the Mayan calendar was the end of the age, which was December 21st, 2012. Mm-hmm. That's originally what we were talking about. But you're saying it also correlates with a physical explanation? Yeah, it correlates with a physical explanation. See, what I'm showing, I'm about to show something now, right? If you take this symbol in the middle, it looks like a puzzle piece, right?
kind of look like a puzzle piece. Now, if you take this symbol in the middle, if they're plagiarizing that symbol in the middle today, calling it string theory, here it is right here. Now, string theory is basically, if you stand this thing up, you'll have your Dogon Kanunga. We know that. But the thing about it is what they're doing is not theoretical science. This was the ancestor spirituality that can be actually be proven. Now, when you flip this thing upright, it becomes the Dogon Kanunga. And what I'm showing is that all of the ancestors had the same concept. Look at this collage. Here go the same great mother, and she's spinning around like a ballerina. And that's the sun and moon that she's giving us night and day as she spin them around. So you can see this all over the earth. This just one collage. I can show you more. Here go one in Asia of the great mother, their own form of it. This was normal stuff, guys. It was normal stuff. Now, somebody took this knowledge and turned it into this Sirius star system, predicting Sirius B, a computer animation. You see what I'm saying? The knowledge that I'm giving you right now ties back to why all compasses point to the North Pole. Time is being created at the North Pole. The North Pole is the only place on this earth that is not in a time zone. You know why? It's like going to the part of the clock that's spinning the doggone hands. The middle of the clock is spinning the hour hand, minute hand, all that. Time is being created right there. So the thing is, when we go to the middle of this map, we reach and just for people who don't understand, these little small lines that look like spider webs, each one of these slices is a time zone. Each one of these slices is a time zone, okay? When you ask about time zones and stuff, here you go, all right? But at the middle of the pie, there is no time. There's a point, what they call the point of singularity, where time is created. At the middle of our terrarium is a black hole, y'all. This is what we're talking about here. And so right here in the middle of this map, I don't know what happened, but we just gonna, okay, zoom out there like that. It's cool. So this is important because in the middle of this map is said to the ancestors call the place where time is being created the Great Mother, and they had a concept of each day being born, and we still have that concept where we talk about days being born. Each day is born. Now the thing about that is that if something is given birth to time, it can't be a male deity. And so it goes back into why I'm telling you all the ancestors saw this force as a great mother who were giving birth to life, which is time. Life is time. When your time's up, your life's up, of course. So this was turned into a new god called Santa. It was demonized. Santa became Satan. In most cultures, you had a yin and a yang, a god and a goddess that worked together for the betterment of the world, like mama and daddy. But what happened about, I would say 10 to 15,000 years ago, world religion was introduced to where they replaced that concept with God and the devil. So where it used to be God and a goddess, you say, why God ain't got no wife? They desecrated the woman and made her the devil. But the devil is really the diva in Hindu culture. And you're dealing with goddesses who had tridents in their hand. So women, you know, just to the women out there throwing you some stuff that I think is relevant. The reason that they cursed the trident was the devil, and the devil is Satan and all that today. Remember, the devil, the diva, this great mother was always portrayed as her hands up in this position. Everything at the North Pole, time stops. In other words, at the North Pole, everything freezes. It's not like a cold freeze. There is no time there. So there is no, what we know of is motion in the heavens. So when you think about what I'm telling you, because I don't want to go too far off track, all the symbolism we use is coded with this ancient knowledge, is embedded into it. For example, when you raise your hand, the police say freeze, and the police is what? Pole ice. Like you're talking like a dual language, basically. The truth is coded in it. If you look at the badge, it's actually the whole flat earth map that we see and all this stuff. So what I'm trying to say in a nutshell is that the truth about our cosmos was turned into modern terminology and traditions today that has nothing to do with the truth, but you can still find remnants of the truth in it. But so when I showed you,
this is also the trident that they're creating with that hand symbolism. Isn't that true? The trident is the 3 up.
Yep.
And with arm, head, that's the 3 up. That's the trident. So they're making a trident symbol.
Mm-hmm.
And you're saying that's what correlated with the devil having a trident.
Yeah.
Oh, you saying the pitchfork?
Yeah, the pitchfork. Yeah. Or like you see the trident. Yeah. And it's interesting. Yeah, I don't know if you watch much of the Pirates of the Caribbean, but they had this thing where they're looking for the trident. They had another a movie where they're looking for the Fountain of Youth, which an urban legend is that is the middle of the earth because there's no time there. That's where the Fountain of Youth would be. So if someone would go there, they would just be standing in the middle of all time that's spinning. Would a person age backwards? What is that? You know.
Well, once you enter the North Pole area, it'll be like your whole reality is on pause. The world will keep their own play, but for you're in the pause section. You will stop aging. It'll be like the movie Click with the remote. You can hit pause, but in this case, you're pausing only your time as far as your aging. But like if I was in the middle of a clock, and just say if you're standing directly in the middle of a clock, you're not bound to time. But once you step out of that dot, you start to age. Now you own the clock now, as they call it, the clock ticking. You're on the clock as you speak. So we live on top of a clock. Yeah. If you look at here, we live on a clock, and to go to the middle of the clock is to not be bound by the rules of Chronos, which is why the ancestors said, think about it. They said ancient people live longer than us, but ancient people was able to go to the North Pole. We ain't. They said they live to be hundreds of years old. That seems like some superhero stuff. So this stuff, maybe there's some truth to this. That, I mean, think about it. Our compasses is all pointing there for a reason. Electromagnetic energy. You know what? I'm so sorry. I think somebody was interjecting.
Do you okay. I don't know who interjected, but you good to go. Well, we have some super chats that we want to read, so we go into that. Yeah, let's go into some super chat. Hey, Brother Sanchez, this is a great build. Do you drink tea? You know we have.
Yeah, I do.
Okay,
I do.
On this time we have a little tea ceremony that we do. So as you build, we can just drink a little tea and answer some super chats.
I can, yeah. No problem.
AD, what you drinking today?
Oh, I already had my orange juice. I'm good. And my coffee. I had to eat earlier. Yeah.
Orange juice, bro. It's tea time.
Yeah, well, I know, but I'm trying to get my
fruit. Is it freshly squeezed, bro?
It was actually freshly squeezed organic. You know me. I went to Whole Foods.
Yeah, Whole Foods.
I got to get my fructose.
Yeah.
Why don't you give him
Okay, hold on.
some of that tea you made?
No, I don't drink the tea.
No, he don't drink tea.
It's the tannins.
Though.
I don't like the way it makes me feel. Okay.
You're weird.
Yeah.
Gotta drink some tea, man.
It's the tannins, man. It actually raises your serotonin. But anyway, let's not get into that. Let me get these super chats going. I ain't trying to raise serotonin. I'm trying to raise dopamine. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Put you on that.
Yeah, man. I did this research.
Hey, tea. You know about the L-theanine, right?
Yeah. I know about theanine.
What about catechins?
Okay, it depends. Okay.
Get the oil out there, man.
Here we go.
You got to try something. You just saw him say, open your mind, expand.
I did. I tried it. I didn't like it.
You didn't like.
Okay.
You know what? It was matcha. Go on, let's go ahead. Let's go do it
Yeah.
the super
Shout out to Sir
You don't
Edwards.
like matcha, bro.
Fella B, are the southern lights that I see from Melbourne City reflections from the outer plain lands past the ice shore wall?
Say that again.
Are the southern lights that I see from Melbourne, so he's in Australia, city reflections from the outer plain lands past the ice shore wall?
That's for Sanchez.
Can you repeat that?
Yeah. Are the southern lights that I see from Melbourne city reflections from the outer plain lands past the ice shore wall? So he's seeing some light because he's in Australia, and he can see south, and he's asking if he sees city lights, or he's seeing city reflections from the outer plain lands. So he can see lights coming from the. He's asking if.
Okay, and he's saying there shouldn't be lights in these areas. I'm not getting.
He's asking, is it possible if those are coming from the outer plain lands past the ice shore wall? Remember that big map?
Nah.
Okay.
Nah, see, when we start talking about those outer planes, I'm gonna be honest, that's a whole nother subject because now you're getting into time travel. These outer realms got their own sun and moons out there. You see on this chart, you leaving your time zone. So that's why the Mayan had long counts and short counts to track the time on all of our worlds. Like you see there.
Yeah.
And so when it said Jesus was on a cross with the crown of thorns on his head, if you look at this image here go the great mother. She was on the cross first, and the compass is the crown of thorns, the spikes around it. So when they said Jesus represent compassion, what's the root word of compassion? Compass. It's all there. All the language will lead you back
Oh, AD,
to
you
the
have to be
truth.
like that. That was hard.
Yeah.
Compassion, compass.
See it.
Because the heart is in the center of the body. And that's why Jesus said, I'm knocking on the heart, because if you look at the great mother, they reflect. Let me go here too while I'm bringing this up.
I love how these stories correlate with different systems. So there's a biological system of Christ with the heart, and then now you're showing us the physical, outer, exact same sample of Christ on the outside. It's awesome.
Yeah. And you know,
Etymology.
Yeah, and different interpretations.
Yeah.
They all work. They all correlate. That's awesome. Because I remember the
It's
sun.
not all space all the time.
Yeah, exactly.
Break it down.
It's
I know you about to go.
it's existing in a fractal itself. The very knowledge itself is happening biological, astrological, astrotheological.
What's micro and macro?
Yeah.
So you see things as you see it.
Because in astrotheology, the crown of thorns is the sun, and the sun rays. And Jesus would be the sun. You know.
Yeah.
This is great.
Does that coincide with the whole theory, with the crown on a macro level?
I mean, that's happening in that interpretation.
Yeah.
And the biological interpretation, you got the sun as the heart,
Gotta ask.
Christ consciousness. And then in this interpretation, it's working on the Mayan calendar.
All right.
Okay, S2K is saying, stop the nonsense. The sun ain't no torchlight. All right, thank you, S2K. AF Twice says, Lord Jamar was extremely disrespectful to your guest in the last show. Way out of line. Priest, you must enforce respect for all of your panelists.
Hey, listen, bro. Gotta respect everybody. Everybody got respect. Lord Jamal he's also a legend.
Yeah, he is.
So
Lamar is a legend. So, you know, he's going to come on there
All right.
and do his thing.
Sacred Knowledge says, Earth is a motionless plane. T-. For the best in daily debates, go to Nathan Oakley YouTube channel. The globe has been falsified. It's a fairy tale.
Yeah, Nathan does. He does the flat Earth debate channel. He has every single day debates. I mentioned that on the show I did with you guys. If you want to just fight and debate, I mean, there's debates every day on that channel.
Damn.
Nathan is awesome, man.
Nice. Sorry, I'm trying to get you. I'm trying to get your picture on the screen there, brother.
Indeed.
You were so quiet, I almost forgot you were there. Hold on, I got you in there. Yeah. All right, boom. You are Live on screen. Here we go. Okay, next super chat. Collective Consciousness says Damian Marley featuring Nas lyric. Earth is flat. Go too far, you'll fall off. Now the earth is round. If it changes again, everybody will start to laugh.
I never caught that. Nas said that.
That's what he said.
That's what he said. The earth is flat. Wow.
DH says, peace. Kindly Google a movie named Idiocracy.
Yeah, that's definitely deep because that's what we are in the Idiocy. Since they do it, you don't even need a movie. Just go outside and walk the streets.
Okay.
Have a conversation.
Yep.
You know what I mean, Sanchez?
Most definitely.
Word. Hey, let's play some team music.
You want to go a little more though? Or?
Yeah, let's finish it up. Come on.
Okay.
AD on point today, y'all.
Hey.
Shout out to the chat room. AD is woke.
Chris, don't say woke. I am not woke. That term has been hijacked. That's another conversation. I am not woke. Quote
Come
unquote.
on, bro. God.
I know some things.
Well,
I'll just say that. I know some things.
Oh, so you say you asleep?
No, I ain't asleep.
What's the opposite of sleep?
No. You understand? The woke term has been taken over. It's
What's
a whole other
for
thing.
woke? Don't be scared, bro.
Yo, we'll talk about it later.
I'm not scared.
That's another conversation.
You got to be proud of what you are. If
We don't use that woke term. Okay, Chris,
Maybe I'm wrong.
I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna show you.
Put me up on it.
Yeah.
That's how I get.
Chris Yu says, "Long live flat Earth." Thanks, priest. Thanks, bro. City the Great says, "Earth equals heart equals Thera
Yep.
equals aether, which is ether." You do the math. That's crazy, right? Heart is.
I know
Earth,
that's a flat earther right there.
right. Okay.
Ether is a gas.
Almost there. Damon says, "Classic collaboration!" Exclamation point. And then let me see if I missed any more here. Yeah, there's a couple more here. 21 Hebrew University says, on David Weiss' channel, search Freemason Flat Earth. All right. He also says, search Freemason draws Flat Earth Sun Moon YouTube channel. All right. Thank you, 21 Hebrew University, for that. All right, Priest, it's on you.
All right. So at this point, Brother Sanchez, man, we thank you for coming to the podcast. We just drink some tea. You can continue your presentation as we do it. We just play a little music. And I just want to shout out to everybody in the chat room. If you're there, grab your tea. This is the tea ceremony part where we just drink some tea. And you could, since you're the guest, Brother Sanchez, you could, say the toast, what we say.
Most definitely. Let's toast to flat earthers and globe earthers, realizing that we all still just humans, and I would protect your kids just like mine. Let's toast to that.
Hey. I'm gonna take some.
Hey Sanchez, I wanted to ask you something. One of the things when you were talking about the sun and the moon being out at the same time in our sky, for a long time I've been pointing it out too.
Got a drink.
Can you hear me? Or?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Sometimes you'll see the sun and the moon in the sky at the same time, but the phases are still going on. So you'll get a quarter moon, the crescent moon, a half moon, and it's like, how is that possible? Like, that's physically impossible. Like,
physically
the thing
impossible.
I'm standing on is causing a shadow between the two things above me. That's not. I mean, that was one of the things, and like you were talking about the rays, that was like one of the things when I first woke up. It was looking at the sun rays through the clouds. I was like, that thing is right there through triangulation, like you said. So, I mean, yeah, I just want, the see-through moon, that was another thing.
Oh yeah.
Like you were talking about the sun with the clouds behind.
Moon. Right.
The moon during the day, you could see the blue sky behind the moon. And it's like, is there blue sky, 63 million miles away?
And
Are you saying that the moon is a hologram?
Yep.
Yeah,
and
I think so.
That's also where you get that Islamic logo where you can see the star in the middle of the moon.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's the secrets to that logo, that you can see through the moon. Man, yes. And just to people who want to know what they're talking about, if my screen share is still up, I'm going to show you exactly what they mean. So guys, when you look at these images, what we notice is that you can see the black sky through the moon. You can see the black sky behind it at night, like through the image. But at daytime, you can see the blue sky through it too, which why we saying the moon is some kind of projected hologram. And I don't even think is really in our dimensional, like all the way. It's an interdimensional luminary. I know that's a lot of big words, but just break it down. But yes, this is crazy that y'all say that, because I think the people in the chat should observe that. Like, we're seeing the blue sky behind the moon here. We're seeing a black sky behind it here. We can't look through a solid object like this, right? If the moon was a solid gray rock that you can land on, I can show you a video of several scientists in the 50s and 60s laughing at the idea that you can land on the moon, but they were silenced. They weren't given a platform. You never heard of them. And that's just so much that we can show. But any more questions and stuff? Because I like that was brought up right there. That's a
couple of them just popped up real quick. I didn't get a chance. Yeah, you have a couple questions here. 1 sec.
That was dope.
Yeah, we can save that one. Okay, so we've got it right here. From Dre Mills, how do we get night and day on a flat Earth without the rotation and axis?
I'm gonna give him a very simple
That's a good question.
demonstration. Hold on a second, because I ain't gotta take a real long time with the question. Here we go right here. Now, just in a nutshell, here's night and day on a flat Earth. In a nutshell, there you go. I don't know if that answers him. I can go deeper with this, but I think showing people sometime visually take a lot of talking off the table.
Yeah.
This now gives him an idea in his mind of how flat earthers see night and day. Very simple.
The yin yang.
And then it'll go, if they remember the last show, I brought up the quarter on the table and all that, and that'll go into how we actually see the sun moving above us on a plane, on its own shelf, and how it will go vanish on the horizon from the bottom up. Salute to David, West, and Karen on that last show as well.
Okay, we got only a couple more. Ren L Rated says,
One quick question.
Play the K Reno track, Flat versus Globe. Okay, so I'm gonna save that.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
And then,
Shout out to K Reno, man.
it's up to you, Priest, if you want me to play that. Nyasha Champ.
Wait to the
end.
Yeah.
Nyasha Champ says, Peace KP, bro. Sanchez. Buzz Aldrin has tweeted an anonymous warning on Twitter claiming that we are all in danger. It is evil itself, accompanied by a picture of a pyramid of the South Pole. What was he talking about?
You know what? I'm going to be doing a stream on my main channel on that and a lot of more bizarre stuff that's happening in the world, because you know they got these doomsday recorders that they're setting up in doomsday black box. So much stuff to cover, and that's going to be one on with Buzz Aldrin. So I'm going to just tell them to look forward to that.
Okay, and we're going to have the link to Bro Sanchez's channel in the description.
That's right.
Peace and love. Welcome back.
We got 1,000 up in here, yo.
Okay, that's it for Super Chats, Priest.
Yeah.
1,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, double salutes to KP for this epic stream, man. The energy on this one is fire, man. Salutes to the chat.
Oh, this is what we do, bro. Thank you so much. And the chat room is lit up, man. They usually come with some great questions, and I know they will. And some of them been lighting up, and so I'm just observing, man. This is really good. This is very enlightening. Something different, you know what I'm saying? It's like, but okay, well, let's go back to the hollow moon. Is it like Jupiter? I mean, you brought this up. So you're saying that the moon is hollow, that you can see through it?
Yep.
It's a hologram.
Hologram, yeah.
I actually have video footage. I also got video footage of a Dogon elder saying that you can't land on the moon too.
There was a Russian scientist in 1960 also that was laughing at it, like you said, Bro Sanchez, saying it's totally impossible, and he believed that we live in an electric universe.
If you Google "star through the moon," you'll see a couple instances there, or if it's quite a few there, where you can see the star through the moon.
That's a very important video.
Well, I see the star right now.
Hold on, you said the what?
Yeah.
Chill out, yo.
Do you want to pull it up on your end, or?
Yeah, I see.
You know what? I can pull it up right now. Matter of fact, while I'm sitting here with a screen share. Let me. Yeah.
I can see it right there.
I got you. Because that video right there. Oh, and look, we got not only the video, we got screenshots from the video, but I'm gonna play the video though, because when the brother brought up the Nation of Islam symbol, that is spot on, man. And look, let's go to that actual video though. And they censoring a lot of this stuff too. Like you gotta dig for a lot of this stuff, but here it is. Luckily, I think this one is it.
You know, I can't just front on it, because remember Jupiter? They said that Jupiter before was solid, and then they found out that it was hollow.
They said it's gas.
Yeah, it said that it was a gas planet. A little
bit of gas.
You know what? They say it's diamond planets floating up there, and I don't believe none of it.
Yeah,
I'm gonna show you.
You don't?
You know, because I'm gonna show you what I think. I'm gonna show you some KP. What I think they calling the planets like Jupiter and all them. Those are the suns and moons of other planes. So, for example, right here in our little circle here, we got a sun and moon. But in the next circle beyond our realm, they got a sun and moon, and we may be calling that Venus and Mars.
And they're just other hands in our great clock.
Yeah, and then when you go further, right, this outer ring would be what NASA would call a gas giant. No, it's just a bigger plane of existence. And guess what? It would take the sun and moon on that wide circle longer to make a year, which is why they say the gas giants take longer to make years and all that. But this is really the truth. The Mayan was recording time directly on with this system I'm showing, with this calendar system they had here, long count, short count. It was giving you the years on the different planes, you know, of existence, because like leaving out of this little small world in the middle and going to the next world, if you spend a year in that next ring, look, man, 10 years in the past in the small ring. So the Mayan had to know that. They had to know, okay, you know, I don't want to go back to the middle and my whole family and that aged on me. So they was keeping track of time on each of these worlds for a reason. Who would go, if you see how intricate this doggone thing is, who would go through that? Watch this. This is a slab of stone right here. Who gonna go through all that just playing around? They say, oh, that's just, you know, it's myth. That no, these folks really, we got to talk about this. Like the Mayan either were out of their mind tripping dummies or something like they want us to think, or this is the nature of our universe, which is why they call the Mayan time travelers. Mayans are linked with time travel because of what I'm showing. But I'm gonna show you something else though that proves that Venus can't be a solid planet. Watch this.
According to this map, it's a small world after all.
Oh yeah, watch this, yo.
Sure.
Look at there.
Yeah.
Here go Venus. Here go Venus. Check this out. Zooming in on Venus. Come on, man. Let's hit pause on that for a minute and let's pull up the Venus that they show us. Look at this Venus we get. How? Come on, look, compared to this.
Like Mars.
Like, yo, I'm looking dead through this. Look, and you look, what you're witnessing is called holographic distortion, y'all. And that means that what we saying about the moon being a hologram and all these stars up there being holograms, that means there is more proof that flat earthers and the ancestors are once again have more proof for what they saying than what everybody else saying. Now check what I'm gonna teach y'all some in the chat room to people in the chat. This what you're looking at on my screen is how holograms distort. This is an image of holographic distortion, what you're looking at. Keep your eye on that. Matter of fact, let's open that up. You see this? This is holographic distortion. Now let's look at Venus again.
Okay.
This is so much proof.
Who took this picture of Venus? Is this your personal one?
This is the JRE show, but this is a video that went viral from a video that went viral back in the day, and the video was longer than this. It actually had Venus, Mars, a bunch of stars zooming in on them with the Nikons, but this was just one.
I've personally done it. Killah. That, like he said, it's a P900. Shout out to my best friend Matt Whalen. He went and bought the P900, and we were doing it from his deck like 10 years ago. And that's exactly what you see. And zooming in on other stars, some of them are different colors. There's some different type of images, but it almost seems like energy in water or something like that.
It looks like water.
There you go. And that's why they said we had. That's why they talk about the waters above, waters below type deal. But
That's not how water flows.
yeah, he's right. My bad, Vinny. You got it. Yeah, that's right though. Yeah, if you ain't got the P900 though, like I'll do anything to get my hand on one of them today. I don't even know if it's that easy to get them.
Yeah, they're expensive. And then I remember we even used a welding mask to do it with the sun. You know, the P900 shows you all of this.
You can get a P900 on Amazon for about $900.
I'm gonna have to check into that. I don't believe you on that.
Yes, sir. I'm on Amazon right now.
Damn.
It must have dropped down.
Quick, yo.
It's like a renewed version, but yeah, you can get that on Amazon for sure. There's another one here that comes with a bundle for $1,600. Anyway, we got a couple more super chats if y'all don't mind.
No, we don't. Yeah, tuning in to the Killah Priest podcast, man. The podcraft, we are off and we are in the orbit. We are traveling, going speeds beyond, I'm going to say 1 million miles per second. Hey,
KP,
what up, brother Sanchez?
KP, a lot of people in your chat was like, you know, what's the importance of flat earth? What does it matter?
Yeah.
Just tell them I'm gonna touch on that before I leave too. I ain't gonna leave no stone unturned.
Hey.
Salutes to the host.
Nice.
Hey, that's what we need.
We got one here that says Phil Valentine is a flat earther. All right.
I don't know about that.
Y'all know who Phil Valentine is?
Yeah,
Oh yes, salutes to him.
I don't know about that.
Dr. Phil Valentine.
Priest, you gotta speak on that.
S2K says, on your flat model, why can't you see the other side of the moon, and why can't you zoom in on the sun at night if the earth is flat?
That's a good question.
Well, if it's too far out of you, if it's already past the vanishing point, it's too far. You're not going to be able to see it from your angle.
Yeah.
He said, why can't we zoom? Yeah, actually, the fact that if you're on a boat and the sun is vanishing on a horizon, on the beach line, right? You looking out at the ocean, sun vanishing from the bottom up, and you're saying, man, the sun's going down, right? Sun ain't really going down over a curve, and you can prove it. If you shouldn't be able to get in a ship behind the sun and bring that bottom half back into view. But you could do that. Now, a lot of people say, why can't you zoom in on the sun? I think that's what he just asked. You actually can zoom in on it. I wouldn't suggested without certain filters and stuff. But then my thing is, you should be able to get the bottom half of the sun back just like you get the bottom half of the boat back. And the same argument I said on the last stream, you wouldn't be able to do that if it was hidden by curvature. Plain and simple. You'll zoom in on a ball of water, blocking that bottom half. So that's just a simple answer.
All right. Next, we've got, so how do you know we are in the center plane?
How do I know we're in a center plane?
Yes.
Well, yeah, when we have direction. So when you look down, you know you're looking down at the ground, up at the sky, and what's around you is that my opinion is that we're on an infinite plane, just like I showed in this image right here. And how I know that we're in the middle of the universe on this infinite plane is because I look up at the heavens and down at the ground. It's literally that simple. I'm in between the sky and the ground, which makes me in the ancestors define the heavens as simply the sky. Hell was simply inside of the ground to them. That's simple. And they said Earth was in the middle of the universe. The universe to them was heaven, earth, hell. Just like I showed let me go to this Hebrew cosmos again.
While you're doing that, biologically, that correlates with heaven being head and heel being hell.
Man, yo, that etymology was insane right there.
You know what I'm saying?
Say that again.
So in the biological, remember, this knowledge is fractal. So in the biological interpretation of the exact same model, that's, as above, so below, as within, so without.
Right.
Biologically, heaven is head, because it comes from heaved up heaven, and then hell is the heel. It's the bottom. It's the hell. It's the heel. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's dope.
Credits to Santos Bonacci for that one.
Oh yeah, salutes to Santos Bonacci. He's another legend on Flat Earth.
Mm-hmm.
So you got any more super chats? Because y'all got me ready to build on some of this now.
Yeah, brother.
Another one here from Donkey says, look into the lunar wave. Also, the P900 was released 2015, about 6 years ago. Peace.
The lunar wave. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's crazy. That lunar wave video, that is crazy.
Let's see that.
And I think that is it. Yeah, that's it for super chats for now.
All right.
And I just okay. The floor is open.
Yes.
I just wanted to go into a little bit of why this is all important. If you look at this image right here, this is basically the flat Earth universe right here. This one image, and I'm gonna show you in a minute why I put this up, because now we finna go deep into modern technology, some of the agenda, what's going on and all that. Look here go flat Earth right here. We want to keep this in mind, that when we deal with flat Earth, we are dealing with electromagnetic energy and the knowledge of it. And this is what they call the God knowledge, which is why all of these gods control magnetism, lightning, and electricity and stuff. So check this out. This is basically a good example of what flat earthers teach our universe look like. Worlds within worlds, expanding outward like a ripple effect, with this hyperboloid at the middle that the Dogon called Great Mother. The sun and moon gets their energy from this hyperboloid at the middle of the earth. Now, what we finding out is that this whole system I'm showing you is literally the secrets of how man started to harness energy. In the top right corner right here, we can have another example of how this would look. I'm showing you all this for a reason, because I'm about to set y'all up for something right now. Now watch this. They have these things called, what is it? Thermal fusion reactor machines today. This is like the cutting edge of science, because this is the foundation of when they say clean energy. They're starting to now harness the power of the ether. When somebody asks me why flat Earth is important, get your notebook out. I'm going to show you why this is important for your children. This is called a thermal nuclear fusion reactor right here. We dealing with cutting edge science. You want to know why flat earth is important? Your child wouldn't know where to begin to even understand this type of advanced type of technology that you see on the screen. But the person who did design this, they ain't such geniuses like you think. They're just reverse engineering nature. But what part of nature are they reverse engineering? That's why I'm showing you this. See, now when you open up your eyes and you look at this image right here, what flat earthers are telling you the secrets of our universe is that the earth is flat and the ancestors was right about this realm. That knowledge would enable a child to know how to build energy machines, energy devices. I'll give you another example. See, because your child may get a good job, but don't know how to turn the lights on. People say, man, without government, we messed up. And people talking about we don't need government. Yeah, because they saying, how I'm going to turn my air on? I'm a freeze in the winter. I don't know how to create electricity. Well, guess what? The people who took over the world, they found out these secrets, which is why they gods controlled electricity and stuff. Now watch this. This is Native American artwork showing you the reverence of the step pyramids, not only in Mesoamerica, but in Kemet and all over the world. People go to these all the time thinking that they're just beautiful chunks of rock, but these are ancient technology. So what we're looking at here, we're going to compare it to this because I brought this up on the last show too. People want to know the importance of flat earth. It's importance of how important is power to you. Now, a lot of people think power is just balling up their fist saying black power or white power or whatever that may be, or power is money. But if you really want to technically get down to the truth, the people who are in power right now, they understand the science of how to harness energy. That's it. Anything else you talking to me out the side of your face about, well, it ain't no other way around you being sovereign until you can literally empower yourself. And empowering yourself becomes a technological feat now. Who's up for the challenge? See, that's what I'm saying. The ancestors they understood the nature of their reality so much so, and the people in power today tell us that the ancestors didn't have electricity. They told you that the pyramids in Egypt were built by people who was lighting candles for light. Watch this. I know plenty of y'all saw this before. Now, a lot of people say they had light bulbs in Egypt.
We talked about this, I remember last week.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm going to take it a step further, my brother. This is even deeper than a light bulb. This make a light bulb look like, let me show you what we're looking at. See, because it's not just a light bulb. What it is what was later called a Crookes tube. Watch this. You see here? This is a Crookes tube. And the secret behind the Crookes tube is the point of singularity right here in the back, which would be the cathode, which is where we get the word Catholic. Like the Catholic Church with the cross symbol. This is science that's being hidden in religion, you see. So the green that St. Patrick wear, the cross, is all dealing with science right here.
The cathode ray tube.
Yeah, most definitely the cathode ray. All of these cathedrals were huge energy generators. They weren't just temples. You know, they had flowing rivers that flowed around them, and the sound of the pipes and the organs would charge the water. And when people got sick, they can go to these churches and drink the water, literally holy water, and it healed them. The ancient, it's so much to learn. They want you to think that all of these huge structures around the earth, basilicas and cathedrals, was built in our time, and that's not true. Our ancestors built all of these buildings. And when they were talking about these buildings were where they went to seek power, they weren't saying that Christ was giving it to them or Allah was giving it to them. All of these buildings we go to today are simply ancient energy plants. that's turned into religious buildings now.
Show them on Google the churches. It was like an electric church, or I'm trying to see what to look up here.
Yeah, you're right.
But it looks like antennas. It looks like an actual generator.
Yeah. I'm gonna pull up a cathedral for example.
I want people to see how it looks.
Yeah, I'm gonna show y'all exactly.
Boom.
Yeah, just so we can. You're right, man. I'm supposed to be having the visuals up. Silly me. Yeah, I'm gonna show them real quick now that we got this up, because I'm about to go in with the symbolism to show them what we mean by the energy generators. Look, it goes right back to the picture we had earlier. You got to pull up this electromagnetic energy field here, and this the secrets of it all, y'all. I'm about to break this down. Anybody can interject with this though, because hey, we was talking about this on my channel, and it's amazing when you go to diving into this. But let me pull this up real quick. Oh, that's something else I'm gonna get to. Hold on, let me take that off. All right, so yeah. And when you look at these cathedrals, y'all, it's made just like a torus field. Yeah. It's made just like a torus field. I'm about to get into that. So like we looking at here. A lot of hold on a second, y'all. 1 minute, my bad. We ain't malfunctioning. I just got a lot going that I want to show. And it's taking me a minute to pull it. So
you should show them the torus field, how torus field looked. And on the side of the cathedral, so they can see. AD. Right.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
He has control of the.
That's his thing. That's his thing. Okay.
Yeah.
No, I got a whole collage that I'm about to go into it for him right now. I got him. Because I got this in my slides, and I'm gonna actually show them how this relates to.
Because a lot of our audience knows that the pyramids were like power generators, right, Priest?
What the pyramid?
Yeah, the entire pyramid was like a power generator.
I like that.
Yeah.
Definitely fine.
Well, people that was they have people that traveled there and felt the energy.
Yeah,
that were coming off.
And the shape of the pyramids themselves were a technology within itself.
Indeed.
That's what's so fascinating. You know, but we're not supposed to know this, because if we start creating our own energy, the big five powers that be will fall. They'll lose power. They'll lose control. It's all about.
But you can't stop nobody from going over there. You know what I'm saying? You can go over there and you can feel the power. The power lies within people.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? If you travel and you go to certain places, just like Brother Sanchez, if you dig for the truth, you'll find it. Archaeologists, they dig in the ground to uproot and unearth certain mummies or certain truth that was, because earth builds upon up. You know what I'm saying? You got to go down. Things are layered.
Seek the truth, and the truth shall set you free, and give you free electricity, free water, free power. There it is.
Wait, hold up, bro.
So,
seek the truth.
We give you free,
and you get free energy.
You are free energy. We are free energy. I do believe that.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so check this out, guys. This collage I got up here, Moses splitting the sea, because it's finna get into the church right here. If you look at this sacred geometry with the church, let's pull it up. Let's zoom in. You got a big arch in between two little arches. That's like Jesus in between the two thieves. Kanye West said this way. It's better when he show it to you. Him and Jesus, right? Let's use Jesus instead of Jesus. Because what Kanye shot this in a video called Power, and what he's personifying is literally power. The science behind that shot right there is in this image here. Salutes to Ken Wheeler, who teach about electromagnetism. Here's an this is like cutting a donut open and looking at the donut face on. This is us looking inside of a magnetic torus field. And this donut is the shape of your cells. Your cells are torus fields. So looking at that from a top-down view, you can see again like how Jesus get the crown of thorns, the crown chakra. We ain't got to go into that, but I wanted to show you this so you can compare this to the cathedral, because when you look at the sacred geometry, yeah, you see that sacred geometry there, the same. So that's what we dealing with, like how these churches are really all of the energy of the people, the choir and all that can literally be harnessed as clean energy. What am I saying? They saying in the near future, every action you take gonna power your house because you're gonna have smart clothes. Like if you sing a song in the hallway, the energy from that song will be used to charge your phone. This is the world we're going into. But what I'm saying is that we just going back to an old world history repeating itself. This was the same technology that the ancients had, but they're calling it green tech today. The ancients were already using green technology. What the church, how the churches, when you notice when the power go out, all these churches still got energy going, and they'll never show you the generator. They using an ancient way of powering these things. I'm telling you. If you look at what Kanye West showing you here, here's the tree of life in Samaria. This is before Christianity and Jesus in between the two thieves. We can even go to Thematic with the god, Shu. Let's pull that up real quick because we dealing with an electromagnetic energy field. Shu shapes like an hourglass. You see his body? Because the word Shu is dealing with the motion of energy. Like in the South, if you want to get a dog off your porch, the old people will say, shoo, get out of here. Shu means go. All of the forces, the energy is in motion right here in the middle, like we see here. So this God named Shu is, and I'm going into something else now. This is part of ancient cosmology. I'm leaving the flat earth realm, but I want to do this though, because I want to show the Kemetic people something, right? When you look at the God Shu, this how you got to think of it. Think of a dude on a parachute. That's Nut, the sky with the arch above him. His arms is raised, and the name Shu is where we get shoot for like parachute. Because the knowledge that I'm giving you is dealing with tension, like we see here, electromagnetism. So even the knowledge of safe landing and all of this is everything we do is founded on the principles of our electromagnetic universe. And Shu represents the hyperboloid, which became Christ today, Yahshua, in between the two thieves. But that we're talking about, he's personifying power. And that's because if here again, the ancient kingdom of God to the Hebrew right here. What are we looking at though? If you go and pull up like the Tesla tower, you will see, because now we dealing with free energy. That's why I'm loving this bill. Watch this, right? The Wardenclyffe Tower, I think. Yeah. Tesla was a flat earther, a shaman. When you talk about the Santa Claus hat, the secret of the Santa Claus hat is in the Tesla Tower. Why you wear a Santa Claus hat? North Pole. The secrets of the North Pole. Look at here, God of heaven. Tesla built his entire building off the flat earth. Look at this building. Look at here. Everything that we do in our world for power, we cannot create power. We can only harness it. And that turns into technological devices that we generate energy with. We don't create energy, we generate it. Energy can't be created, but we tap into it with technology, which is why, like, we can't create water, but we can tap into it with a piping system and allow you to cut it on and pull your cup up. That's why they call it tap water, right? So the thing is, I'm showing you, to the people who want to know why this knowledge is important, is literally the foundation of all technology and science. You literally can't begin. Hold on a second. I'm so sorry, guys.
Okay. If y'all just tuning in, y'all, welcome to the Killah Priest Podcast. We are taking off. We are in the atmosphere. I'm getting tea drunk right here. We're gonna make some matcha. We are going in. Brother Sanchez is doing a great job. He's he's taking us through the flat Earth. Now we're into the going into the sacrifice, two thieves.
Well, energy, power.
Energy,
showing them how flat Earth is really more than flat Earth. It's power.
Right.
How, like, if I put all black people in the jungle, how would they cut electricity on? They wouldn't know. They'll be looking for the Alabama power, Georgia power. Our ancestors did. That's why when we show these pictures of like the light bulb on the wall in Egypt, that's cool and all, but when are we gonna make a light bulb? We won't if we don't get into the quick cut the shit. The people who run the world and making advanced technology ain't gonna tell you the secrets on so you can compete evenly with them, which is why I can show you. You know what I'm gonna show you? There's a patent I'm about to show you now from the Air Force. They got an airplane that can only work on a flat Earth. Now, if the Earth wasn't flat, this thing wouldn't work. And it worked. So what does that prove? This is from the Air Force. Look, NASA. And I was in the Air Force. Check this out. This report documents the derivation and definition of a linear aircraft model for a rigid aircraft of constant mass flying over a flat, non-rotating Earth. It don't get more damning than that. The derivation
Karen B brought that up because we've known that military records show that everything is based off a stationary, flat, not moving Earth.
Right. I can show. Here's this is a X-15 right here. Now these planes right here are bad, man, because they go 60 miles high. Check it out, 60 miles high. From the Air Force plane themselves, still a flat line. But just the fact that they can be up this high, not account for curvature at those speeds, is why we can read stuff like this. They know it ain't flat, which is why the gadgets that they use are made for a flat Earth, like I just showed with the altitude indicator. I just put that up. I'm gonna do it again because there may be people just tuning in. But if you look at what the pilot used to fly with, it is the flat Earth, basically, just to make a long story short. So all the equipment they use is based on flat Earth. And if government failed right now and you had to design your own equipment, how would you know? Think about that. You wouldn't dare make no equipment properly thinking you on a globe. They'll have you messed up. All these things I got on the screen now couldn't work on a globe. A periscope, a lighthouse, a sundial, nor a gyroscope. Neither one of them can work on a globe. So that's how important this knowledge is. When your son go out there and say, I want to design a periscope, but I need to find out how to make it look over the Earth's curvature. And somebody had to tell him, ain't no curvature. That's the trick. They lied to you. That would be an obstacle that child trying to overcome that don't even exist. So this is very important if you want to be technical. And seem like that's where the world going. Technology is where the world going. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
No, I was just saying, you're doing great, man. You're doing great as always, Sanchez. Thank you.
And I thank you guys too. And I
was just gonna say this knowledge becoming more popular seems inevitable, and we're discussing it now, but like it's inevitable for it to come out. Free energy is eventually going to come out anyway, but the powers that be are holding it back as long as they can possible to make as much money as possible.
Yep.
Yeah.
And when you talk about generating, and this is something I want before I go back to the power and generating energy. This image right here shows you that all cathedrals are built like the flat Earth. Even when you look at this thing on the left, You can see how they got the sky vault letting the natural skylight in to symbolize the God of the heavens. Everybody in that church are victims of the greatest lie ever, because they think they live on a globe when the very building that they going to seek power in represent the true earth that we live on, and they will never get true power until they understand that Christ will never give it to them. They gonna still pay a power bill to their state. They ain't gonna know the secrets on how to generate electricity, but they would if they understood the architecture of the building they was in was simply a torus field and start there. The earth knew that when man started to figure out the nature of his surrounding, within his cracking that code, he would also figure out the secrets of energy, how to generate energy. So when you look at images like this, they taught us we live on a blue ball. We running out of water, running out of this, running out of that. We ain't running out of that, and they just terraforming the place. They're creating problems so that they can have a solution, Hegel's pieces. So the thing is this right here. We forgot that the earth was a sanctuary. And that's why when you go in the sanctuary, the churches are cleaner than the water you drink. You can eat off that cathedral flow, but you can't even drink out the water outside in the lake that nature provided. It's polluted. So when we forgot that the earth was the sanctuary, that's when we got off track. And we forgot all that when we strayed away from this original teachings of our universe. So let me go ahead on with this right here. Here's another image of a torus field. And what I'm giving you here is the secrets of the Celtic and the Druid people, what empowered them. And they revered this knowledge with the four-leaf clover. What you see here, the four-leaf clover, right? So I'm just showing people now exactly how a lot of people say, well, the ancients ain't believe in flat earth. So I just want to take a lot of time with this stream to get that out of the atmosphere. And then we can start getting on the horizon line and all that. But I'm gonna definitely, so again, guys, the word Horus, put a T in front of it, it become Taurus. Horus is a Taurus field. You look at the image here, we say money is power, right? But the symbol of money is power. When you look at these symbols right here, right? So I'm just showing people here, it's all the Taurus field that we see here. Jesus representing power, right? And him being a god also with the symbol that is a fish. Here go the fish right here.
That's the Vesica Pisces right there.
There you go.
Like the rainbow.
Which is a symbol of Christ. So even the early version of Christ, Serapis, the cup god who said, I am all powerful. He said, my cup overfloweth. Why did he wear a cup on his head, which is what Nefertiti wore, the same headdress? This is how we get the fez today, the Moors. You know why? The high top fade. You know why? Right here. Right here. The cup on top of the fish's head. If Jesus is the fish, then the fish is crowned with a cup on the head. So wearing a cup on the head symbolizes how the energy flow into the crown chakra. And that's something I'm not going to touch on now. I'll do that though. Whenever I come back or whatever.
Bomb on that one.
The Indian chief headdress.
Mm-hmm.
The open crown chakra. The king's crown. The halo.
Yeah, the halo. There you go. That's the halo, the crown chakra. There you go. And then something else I wanted to show them that I thought would be dope as well was hold on a second.
The seventh heaven.
There you
You
go.
heard about the fire that condensed into the crown. The fire is yellow. Came the crown with the, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Most definitely.
Julius Caesar. Caesar is Khazar, king, crown. Okay, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just still getting some more slides together. I'm listening to you guys.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
We got another more super chats if you want to check it out.
For sure.
It says, Where we at? Donkey. Okay. LB says that would be same on all your planes, right? Look up and down. Electromagnetic says to Killah Priest and all his followers, this flat earth cosmology that Brother Sanchez is presenting is very important to us all. Thank you, electromagnetic grams. John Doe's says, how can there be seasons winter on the northern hemisphere and summer in the southern hemisphere in December? P.S. The flat's already lost. It's a globe.
Want to answer that?
You know what? I'm gonna tell them to go to Bro Sanchez TV, click on videos, put in flat earth seasons, and I got an entire documentary on how the seasons work. And that documentary is an hour long, and I don't want to give an hour to reteach the seasons right here.
And that's good for Baldhead Slick. The same question: how do seasons change in the flat earth model? It's the same thing. Check out Bro Sanchez's channel. Links in the description. D Hill, Bro Sanchez, have you looked into Tartaria and how their knowledge of free energy ties into the flat earth? They knew this realm inside and out.
Yep, that's right. The word Tartaria is directly related to the Taurus field. The Taurus field. So the Tart people named themselves after this energy force. So, you know, just to let you know, we definitely talk about Tartaria. I got a lot of information on that, and I will be doing an official documentary or stream on that because it's long overdue.
Okay. Let's see.
The Taurus field is that's deal with the Merkaba too, right?
Oh yeah, all of this flat earth knowledge, KP, ties into the Merkaba because that's the human aura field. And the aura is in 7 chakras, just like the 7 layers, just like the 7 ethers. And that's something I can't wait to get on. Yeah, we could go beyond flat earth on that stream and just have like a human aura stream. I'm telling you, that's deep. It's gonna still tie into flat earth though.
We got a super chat here from Lady Legs. Flat Mother Loving Power Salute, Bro Sanchez. Keep planting the seeds of thought. Fire.
What's the name? Flat Mother Lover?
Flat Mother Loving Power. Salute, Bro Sanchez. Keep planting the seeds of thought. We got another one here. I'm trying to keep up with these super chats. No thing. Let's see. K-Biz says, Bro Sanchez got bars and beats. You got music too, right, Bro Sanchez?
Oh yeah. Most
Nice.
definitely. I produce and spit, so yeah. Oh yeah.
Nice. Stranger says, Bro Sanchez, thank you for your service. What was your MOS in the Air Force?
3PO31, Defensive Fortis, Defenders of the Force. I wore the beret, my friend. I was Air Force infantry, and I was a sharpshooter.
Nice. So you already knew that you weren't pointing the nose down when you were flying.
Well, I didn't fly planes. I guarded them with
nice.
a gun. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Cool.
That's dope as fuck.
Okay, Dominic Green says, why no scale to represent distance on flat map?
Why no scale to represent distance on a flat map?
Yeah, I don't think he's seen the official flat Earth map.
Nah, he couldn't have. But you know what? You just gave me an idea of something I'm gonna now have to touch on since I see that's something y'all asking about.
Okay. Reggie says, great podcraft. It is said light can't escape a black hole. Where does the idea come from?
The
Stephen
idea,
Hawking.
yeah, but the idea comes from nature. This is a law of nature, and people like Stephen Hawking just understood that law. But I can actually show you light being sucked into a black hole right now, if you want to see it.
Okay.
I'm talking about real light being sucked into a black hole. I can show it to you.
Let's do it.
Here it is right here. This instrument is called a ferrocell. And I'm gonna be getting the link to this guy, ferrocell.us. You can buy them. They kind of expensive, but it's worth every penny. We weren't able to see a magnetic energy field until this device was created. So salute to these guys at Ferrocell USA. They actually made it possible in our time for us to actually see a magnetic energy field. And this is what the ancestors called a flower of life. You know, we ain't got to get into this. I know you got more donations, but I'm pointing them to where they go. Just pull in light under ferrocell, and what you're looking at here is the light being sucked into a black hole at the middle where I'm pointing the mouse at. And I can actually go deep on this to show you how that works, but I'm going to wait for the rest of the donations. I'll touch on it a bit.
Okay. Let's see. We got another one here. Hold on a second. Mr. Kafaplang says, Dr. Inky beat Bro Sanchez in a debate. 30. When Dr. Inky coming back?
Oh, what up?
He says that Dr. Inky beat Bro Sanchez in a debate.
Oh yeah, Brother Sanchez, you mean? Dr. Inky and Brother Sanchez. Well, you got Brother Sanchez right here, and you have he can explain that.
He's asking when Inky coming back.
Inky will be back Friday. He'll be back when we set it up. Shout out to Knowledge Born.
Yeah, salutes to Dr. Inky. Me and Inky had several sit downs and streams together. Our energy is pretty good together. We don't agree on everything, but we do agree on some things as far as this community, what needs to change and stuff. So salutes to Dr. Inky.
All right, and John Doe says, you can't pick and choose and give excuse when you know you're wrong. Explain different seasons in the southern and northern hemisphere at the same time. And you said that's in the video, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So check the description to go to Bro Sanchez's YouTube channel. All right, that's it for Super Chats.
All right, so I'm gonna just hop into these images on the screen here. If people want proof though that our Earth is an electromagnetic energy field, I don't know what proof to give you, because my knowledge comes from years of research and understanding researching electromagnetism in relation to flat Earth, which is why I can. If some people who be asking these questions, they don't even know what an electromagnetic energy field is. So it's like I can't let them throw me off. I got to speak to the people who it resonate with, and not for the people who readily trying to push back at it. Now, that's what I'm here for today. And any guys who want to debate, I'll come back for like a smoke show and all that. We'll crank it up over here on KP show. Yeah. Salutes to him, man. I'm with it. So, but yeah.
See the 7 on the hat, nigga?
Yeah. We got, what's his name? Mr. Kafa says, Bro Sanchez is a police officer now. One time.
So let me explain something on that, can I?
Indeed.
First of all, let me cut my camera on with that.
We're gonna respect our guests, but build on it, brother.
Because I don't think it's disrespectful to say I'm a police officer. Because if I was, I would say, man, hey, that's proud if a young man want to go and do that. I hear a lot of folks say we need more black police officers, and maybe that'll cut down on some of this brutality. So hey, maybe there you go. But I ain't trying to go there. But here's the
great
thing.
answer. Great.
Right. I was a police in the military. Like in Army, they got MP, which you come to the gate, you check your ID before you go on base, you guard ammunitions, different stuff like that. I never was a civilian police or street cop working for like a city or county, none of that. But I still was a police though. But so I don't hide that. go, yeah.
Okay, that's it for Super Chat. So you.
Okay.
Yeah, I wanted to say something. Let me throw something out to the chat. so many people keep saying I look like Jesus. Do you guys not know the Killah Priest song Bible? It ain't Jesus. I look like Cesare Borgia. If you're gonna say something.
Hey. Caesar
Caesar,
Borgia.
boys, yeah. Oh, I'm tripping. I can smoke on camera, man. I'm tripping.
Absolutely.
Yo, indeed. They smoke here all the time.
We about to get Be Real on the show, right?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, shout out to Be
Hey,
Real.
That'll be dope.
Hey, I got something dope for y'all real quick, man. Get ready for the bomb, right? Watch this. And I've been saving this for y'all. This for my Nikola Tesla fans out there. Because I know y'all got some respect for Tesla, right? Now, come on now. This is the conscious community, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
All right, so check this out. This was one of Tesla's main inventions with this copper coil concept. When they was wrapping the copper coil around the pole and how this was generate energy and all that, this became the serpent around the pole. But look, if you look at the Hindu cosmos right here, the Hindus, if you look on the right, they said that our earth looked like this. And this how the energy is generated on this in our universe. This is the Hindu conception of our universe right here. Now let's look at Tesla's science. That's why I said, when you look at all these ancient structures, like this one I'm about to load up now, look at how beautiful that is. Now you got a step pyramid in Kemet too. All of these awesome step pyramids, you got to ask yourself, what did they represent? Here go the Hindu cosmos right here. Now, this is the Hindu cosmos. Here go a step pyramid. Here go the Hindu cosmos. I'm just saying, we dealing with ancient cosmology right now. Here is
there was pyramids over here.
Yeah, most definitely. Look, this is the Temple of Heaven in Asia. And you see it's made just like the flat earth cosmology. Look at here. This is the North Pole according to the Hindu.
So the steps would represent the layers of planes of existence?
Man, there you go. That's it, bro. Hey, the dude.
This is AD's interview right here.
He coming in.
He's
with
into it. Yeah. That's his thing. Yep.
I just like how it correlates with ourselves personally because it's almost like Earth has its own chakra system, just as us humans have our own chakra system.
Right. No, we all into it.
Yeah.
We all into it, brothers.
I'm amazed by the correlations,
Yeah.
correlations of the biological and the physical. Go ahead.
Yeah, man. Salutes to you guys, man. This is impressive. We don't get this a lot in the flat earth community. Y'all on your stuff.
Man, the chat room is the one get the props because they coming in with the good questions also.
Most definitely salutes to the chat.
Rocketeers and the Craftsmen. That's the name.
They're turning also into flat earthers and globers now.
Okay.
Because we have both sides.
Oh yeah, exactly. You got the flatters and the globers.
We have both sides in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
There we go.
John Doe says, you all lost. You did not prove the seasons. Be quiet. We already showed you how you can check that out.
It's actually pretty simple.
Yeah,
I mean, all it is the sun getting further away.
Yeah.
If it's further away, that's why it looks like it's in the south. So it's just further away. It's really not that complicated. Bro Sanchez's video is going to be a lot more detailed.
Because you want to see the visual to fully understand it. Just hearing it can be a challenge. One more here. Sacred Knowledge says, there's no debate. You can see too far. You lack the necessary geometry for a globe. Please speak on the thousands of long-distance visual proofs. Thanks. And that's it for Super Chats.
All right.
They coming. Told you, go ahead.
So yeah, there's a few long-distance physical proofs, like seeing Maui from Kauai. Or
there's tons
Oahu.
Going over lakes, from over the Great Lakes and stuff. I know by like Minnesota and Wisconsin, the lake up there, there's Chicago skyline. There's places in New Jersey where you could see into Manhattan. There's been experiments from the 1800s over rivers, holding microscope, telescope couple of inches above the water, going miles. So there's plenty of experiments and for long distance flat.
Somebody added here, Reggie said, wedding cake step pyramid, walking up steps and top of cake with a couple at the top, black and white. Ooh.
Are there any, what you want to answer that?
I mean, no, he's adding to the symbolism that
Okay.
Bro Sanchez is talking about.
Brother Sanchez, are there any pilots that that verified that a lot of stuff you got a lot of stuff that you're saying? Are there any pilots that verified that the sun is actually right there in the clouds? That the Earth is
Yeah, that's why I played the video earlier of the pilots flying above the sun. Those were Christian pilots in their own private little jet. And they I don't know if they're flat earthers or what, if they believe in the Hebrew cosmos or whatever, but a lot of pilots can't explain a lot of things that they see, but they just believe in a globe, even though they use equipment that relates to a flat earth. Now, on a flat earth, there's been several flat earthers interview plenty pilots that say, oh yeah, man, it's flat, and they'll whisper it to you. We got videos of this. We got flat earthers boarding planes, asking the pilot and whispering it to them. We got all this stuff. Pilots coming on people's shows saying, I always thought it was flat. So there's several pilots that will come out and agree with flat earth.
Mm-hmm. Do you think they get big exposure? If they don't get exposure like that, like why isn't it shown regularly that these pilots get exposed? It's almost like Armstrong going to the moon. Said he went to the moon. He doesn't do too many interviews.
That's right.
Yeah, he never did too many interviews explaining how it was on the moon and how many days. Do you think that they're trying to keep these pilots like under the cover?
Most definitely. That's like, if you think about it, astronauts are forms of pilots, and they can't speak on everything. If you want to talk about pilots, they would fly the highest, if you will, the term we use in the Air Force. They going to space, if they say, right? Now, all of these guys just so happen to be Freemasons. I can show you a picture right now. All these astronauts are Freemasons. I got the pictures with the rings on their fingers, all this stuff on most of these guys. But they swore to an oath, just like I did in the military. You can't talk about certain stuff. Now, check this out, right?
You had to
Bro
take
Sanchez,
it off?
I'm glad you brought that up. I was going to bring that up too. It's called the House of the Temple in Washington, D.C., where they have those pictures. House of the Temple in Washington, D.C.
Right.
What happened when these guys' contract is up? A lot of them be whistleblowers and stuff. They don't care no more. Just like these rappers, Killah Priest. When they contract up, they go to Doggy Diamonds and all these channels and tell you about the parties and all the bull crap. But they ain't gonna say that when they buzzing and they got and you can't really, everybody. Your job got you where you can, and that's why I'm saying about these pilots working with these airlines, them getting involved in flat earth debates and all that. I'm pretty sure that airline will get rid of them quick, man. So that's your answer. Like, it's silent, it's censoring that. On the bottom of this video, when you done, it's gonna have a big sign that say flat earth is an archaic model that's been debunked and all that. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Okay. Thank AD. See if Lord Jamal is in the chat real quick. In the Zoom, my bag.
Yeah, people be acting like I'm convicting myself with the oath thing. What I'm saying is, when you join the military, everybody know you got to swear in. I'm telling you guys that these astronauts have to take an oath. And even when they out of their duty, the oath still on the table. It go beyond when they career over and they
Zoom. Yeah. Sorry, brother. I'm cutting you off.
You get.
All right. Go ahead. Sorry to cut your bill.
No, you good. They need the research Operation Paperclip to see why I say what I say. It's so much to learn, and people just like to say, "Ooh, he an agent. Ooh, he took an oath." Like, yeah, man. If you join the military, you take. It's like people take stuff too deep, and I'm just trying to give them the facts here.
Well,
But
that's wrong with us. Always pointing fingers and shame blaming. And, you know, just blaming and being spooked out instead of just having a conversation. And then maybe if you sit down and you can have a conversation and just, instead of being always scared, but you take everything that the government put on TV or anything that they say in the news, you might find yourself in a higher thinking consciousness and learning something.
Yeah, there you go. That's why I respect this show here, man. You see this, the unbiased host, what we got right here, guys. That's why I'm willing to debate y'all over here too, because you can't say, well, on your channel, you're muted and all that. So yeah, salutes to KP for this.
Yeah.
Yep.
No doubt. Oh, okay. He was on his line, my back.
Yeah, and Benny, man, big salutes to you too for arranging this too. Hey, I'm finna blow y'all away with this next argument though. Oh,
Okay.
but I don't know if we through with the super chats. My bad. You got more super chats?
There's only one more here.
Okay.
It says, "Peace, bro Sanchez. Can you show videos of people flying over the sun?"
Oh yeah, I can pull that back up. We played it earlier, but I'll pull it back up. Guess what? I'm gonna go right into that after I show you this. Now, this again, what I was saying is the flat Earth ring map. A lot of technology we use, it resembles the flat Earth. Like I put up the pilot altitude indicator. Look at here real quick. You ever thought about this? How would radar work on a ball, y'all? It will have to bend down to see the ship over the curve, right? So this radar device is clearly made to scan a flat circle and not a sphere. So when the ship, when you see a ship going vanishing on a horizon, it should leave from off the radar screen right there. Right there, the radar shouldn't be able to pick it up no more. Or this radar device should actually be globular.
Right.
You need, because if you're scanning for submarines, don't you want to know the depth? I'm going to show you why that's important. Speaking of submarines, but that's something to think about, right?
And we should note that the diameter for the radar is approximately 2,000 nautical miles.
Okay, there we go. And you know, when it comes to how a submarine will have to nosedive to keep from piercing out the surface of the ocean, just like the plane will have to nosedive to keep from piercing out into space. We got to think about all that. So I'm gonna show you exactly. This radar though would not work on a globe, is what I'm saying. One thing we got to look at with the submarine is this. If you want to picture this in your mind, a submarine is traveling in a straight line, but you saying the water above it is curved. So now the submarine pilot is in the same predicament that the airplane pilot is in. You got to keep nosediving. Otherwise, his submarine gonna lose depth, and he gonna be bust out the top of the ocean right here. You see? Now, submarine pilots know they ain't constantly nosediving. I don't know how much I got to show the naysayers, but I'm gonna keep going. Here go a lake in Siberia. Or anybody interjecting? I'm gonna pause right there.
No, I was gonna suggest the Blackbird, the SR-71 Blackbird, that goes 2,100 miles an hour. It's the fastest plane in the world, and it never has to put the nose down.
Hey, yo, and that's what I told Vinny when we was just building up there. That's what I told Kuba Mario, man. When you come up here and you build, you get a chance to drop the knowledge. And the way he just took it, I was like, oh man, you could always come up here and just build, yo. We don't do that.
That's beautiful.
Hey, I feel at home already. This is my second day.
Hey,
So I can vouch for it.
no doubt.
So yeah,
I'll be right
that's
back. I'm listening. I'm just got to go because I'm drinking a lot of tea.
I'm glad that
Sanchez,
uh-huh.
what about like wouldn't it be the same for like radio? The radio waves being sent out, or how about like the satellites and stuff? Wouldn't it be the same where it's got to be flat for them to be able to reach to communicate with each other?
There
over
you
a
go.
long
That's spot on, yo, because you know when you ride through the mountains and you can't really get a signal, it's like the mountains blocking it and stuff like that. That's showing you that we using towers on the ground and not no satellites. First of all, let me put this up. And it's also showing you we on a flat earth. Because if you picking up a signal from hundreds of miles on a tower, that joint got to go through so many depths of ground on a globe. Like I'm saying, you shooting this beam through the ground. Now you got to think, let me pull up a globe earth, because I don't think a lot of people, you know, they got to picture it, because this is really something I want to zoom in on, because this is good observations right here now, what we on now. See, check this out. What he's saying, y'all, I'm gonna expound on it. Like, if you got a radio antenna on this side of the globe, and you just say you're picking up a signal from that tower, and you're located where my mouse at, that signal got to go through this much ocean water. It's got to go through that much curvature. That's underground, under the ocean, and you telling me you're gonna get a good call and perfect conversation. When I ride through Arizona, my shit break up. Like, we don't think about that, man. Look here, think about.
But yet the president in the 60s was making a phone call to the pilot, to the astronauts, right?
Yeah.
OMG, that's where you hit the OMG button on a rotary phone.
And you can't get a good signal if you're in the middle of the forest. It's like, well, what about them satellites? Oh no, you got to be closer to the city.
Yeah. So when you start thinking like this, no one can really dispute these kind of observations, but you can laugh at them and say like, but you think the earth is flat?
Because these questions aren't being asked.
Yep.
You know, we're distracted by football games and this and that.
Most definitely.
You know what I'm saying?
This is
go ahead.
2022. We bringing this narrative back, yo. This is what's up right here. Because if people start asking these questions again, it's over, man. It was something else I wanted to touch on too, real quick, yo. This lake is over 400 miles long, y'all. Now they said we live on a globe Earth using spherical geometry, right? Here go the model. I'm gonna show you some here. This is a model represent what spherical geometry is all about. That red line represent 8 miles. So if you were to circumnavigate the globe, hypothetically speaking, according to this chart, you should be able to detect curvature every 8 miles. So that's saying when the ship is vanishing from the bottom up, it should be at the 8 mile mark when that happened, according to spherical geometry. If Earth was 24,000 miles in diameter as a sphere. All right. So we going off this model. This lake is over 400 miles long, and I just said every 8 miles we should detect curvature. Now this thing is flat. They ice skating, but all on this thing. Look, 400 miles long, and it ain't cracking where the curvature at. It ain't arching, and the ice ain't breaking. Every 8 miles, there should be a crack in the ice, like where you get my drift. Like, so stuff like this, stuff like this, and people can deny it. They use images like this to say, well, I don't know if this is a good image right here. It look kind of crazy, but I can make my point using this one too. Have y'all ever thought about this one, globalists? This is something I like to pick your brains with. You say that the ship is only vanishing on the y-axis. We never talk about a ship vanishing on the x-axis, right? Am I saying it right? Yeah, the x-axis. That's right. If a ship vanishing as it's leaving away from you on the y-axis here, well, when a ship is going forward horizontally in the ocean, we should be saying the ship nose bend down from the curvature on the x-axis too. Unless if you saying not, then the earth would be like a fruit roll-up or a rolled up piece of carpet to where the curvature is only on the y-axis and it just they spread out on the x-axis. Now we live on a fruit roll-up. So if we saying we live on a sphere globe, the x and y axis have to equally bend at the same time, like a basketball. Go back to spherical geometry here. But if we don't see this happening from the x axis, why do we fool ourselves like it's happening from the y axis?
That's because the church taught us that you're going over the curve, and that's how Columbus figured it out, right?
Mm-hmm. That was ancient fear-mongering. You're gonna fall off the earth if you go out there. That's them trying to keep them in a certain area. You know what I'm? Remember the Planet of the Apes when they told all them apes that's the forbidden zone. Don't go out there. Kind of the same. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The damn forbidden zone, man. I'm telling you, because it was a whole great map deception going on where they knew how big the map was and the earth was, but was telling the peasants something else, giving them dumb people maps. Like the maps we got don't show the true earth. It's hidden lands, it's uncharted places, man. Like our whole life is a lie. And if you don't even think the earth is flat, that's cool. At least start there, that we questioning stuff on a way different level that you should be questioning it too. Like, again, stuff like this. If the sun 93 million miles away, how is it clouds in front of it, behind it? They told me in the chat room to play the video again of the pilots flying above the sun. It's a 2-minute video. That's my favorite. That video gave me chills when I saw it, because I went to that Hebrew cosmos and I said, man, the ancient Hebrews were right, man. It just resonated with me. Like, to me, this is damning proof that the ancient Hebrews were right about the sun being on the same level of the clouds, how they got in their model.
This is what Santana was showing us too.
You mean Santos?
No, we have a friend named Santana who's a flight also.
Yeah, definitely.
He was showing us this.
Yeah.
Salutes to him.
So sun below the clouds.
You know why the clouds there, right?
I'm glad he showed y'all that. Every flat earther, whenever you invited somewhere, you got to show, because like you'll never be able to see. This is another reason why I think they got certain plane routes and stuff in certain times to where they will never have this angle in a commercial plane.
Smart. I think you're right. Yep.
Well,
yeah.
Makes sense.
Because people ask questions like, wait a minute, are we going above the sun? Hold on, wait the hell?
Is it like 35,000 feet, 40,000 feet?
Why does the sun look real small right there? Can you put it back?
I can explain that.
Yeah, I'm gonna loop that. We can loop this joint, man, because this is a classic right here. Salutes to these pilots right here. Like, it's
somebody need to find these.
Oh, that'll be so dope. Ooh,
somebody need to find
that'll be so dope. You right, Killer Priest.
Yeah.
If you find them, that'll be epic. That'll be epic. Because hearing it from their mouth, because you know what a person told me, man, how I know this ain't Photoshop or this ain't, well, see, that's, if you making that argument, I know I got you now. Because now you saying, if I prove to you it ain't Photoshop, then you gonna agree, damn.
Okay.
You feel me?
Right. Right there. Just going.
Oh, I'm gonna pause it for you. I know
Yeah.
where you.
Priest has questions on this one.
Yeah.
Go, Priest.
I know
Oh, it just
exactly what he's right there.
Right there.
That's the shot right there.
Okay, yep, exactly.
That's the big money shot.
The sun is not coming above those clouds right there. Why? I mean, what's going on right there? And it seems really small.
Yeah. And here's my theory right here. I think that this has something to do with magnetism, and hear me out right here. Here's what this is going to be deep. Just think about this real quick. According to my research, the only thing that have power over light, meaning this force that's able to bend light like how we bend Play-Doh, is magnetism. Black hole force, basically, which is why light bends into a black hole. But my thing is different levels of magnetism can act like a barrier for different luminosities of light. Now, this is my theory. And I'm thinking that there's a magnetic shelf right here, an invisible shelf, creating a whole nother dimension, horizon line up here, a whole nother set of gases up here, sort of like in Las Vegas with the laws of fluorescent tubes and neon lighting. Like if certain gases are certain colors, let's say, and when you light them up, you get certain colors. But kind of the same concept happening here, to where if the gases that are green bleed over into a tube with the gases that are blue, it would distort it would act like a barrier. It's kind of like, let me show you know what? I can show you this better than I can tell you. I just thought of some golden. Watch this. This is the same science of like how two oceans meet. It's like the law of density. The reason they won't mix, it's because like oil and water, what's happening right here in the sky is the same thing that's happening like right here, like I said, with the soap suds on the surface.
That picture better be a what you call the lens when it makes it a
Fisheye
circle.
lens. Fisheye lens.
GoPro.
That better be a fisheye lens, right?
Can you imagine? Can you imagine if that was the curvature?
Yeah. Listen.
Right now,
Hey,
man.
if
That would be
that was
ridiculous.
the curvature, Earth would be a golf ball.
Yeah. It'd be small.
People gonna use that too.
I'm not saying that, I'm just cool.
Yeah, but that's the law.
Oh, yeah.
Like one ocean water is denser than the other one.
Right.
And so they won't mix. This the law of density right here. I'm gonna show you a density again. So it's like at that line, everything cut off. And when I say cut off, I said violently because I literally mean whatever that dimension it stops there. It all gets just cut off there. And I'm gonna show you exactly what I mean. It's like a hard limiter in production language to my producers. It's everything beyond. So check this out, right? Density in the cup. How everything, nature is a neat freak. You know how your mama separate the colors from the whites, and in nature act the same way. She got everything separated like this. The heavy stuff falling to the ground. If you lay a piece of gold or heavy metal on the surface of the earth, over time, it'll sink into the ground on its respected level of density to where it settles and it won't go no further to its habitable layer. That's happened above us too. So the place where the clouds get flat at, we're entering a whole nother pressure zone. You see, so when I show you pictures like this, where our world is like a thin strip, these are thin strips stacked upon each other, creating a three-dimensional reality. And this is kind of the secrets of 3D print too, layering two-dimensional layers to create a three-dimensional universe. That's what's happening here. You guys see what I'm saying?
Yeah, you said a perception.
Yeah, like what's happening right here is like two oceans are meeting. This bottom part of the atmosphere right here it's a whole nother cocktail of gases and all that. And those gases and stuff are heavier than the shelf at the top right here where it is. And you can see even the light is different. It's different kind of light up here than down here and stuff. It's like weight as this is like I can't explain it no better than density, right? And that the law of density acts upon gases too. And so since when you ignite these gases, you get the sky colors of our sky, like being blue or whatever. They even teach us this is like neon. If you look up right now, neon light, and they'll tell you all of the gases used in neon light, and you can find them all in each layer of the atmosphere. They all represent one of the 7 primary colors in the rainbow. And this will show you why, like there's different layers of light in our atmosphere. These are different. Now this can only be explained with holography and electromagnetism. You're talking about the reason the sun head is cut off is what I was telling you earlier. Everything is literally cut off at that point. So just like where these oceans meet, right? You got life forms that's growing in this blue part that would die if they cross over to the green part. So all life for the blue reality is cut off at that line and it can't bleed over. These are 2 different temperatures and all that. See what I'm saying? So the fish that's in the blue side ain't even designed to swim in the green side. So the fish in the dense water, right, may be more complex, make 3 fins. They may look more complex, right, because they got to push through heavier water, where the fish on the green side, less dense water, may be less complex. Nature don't waste, and she's got everything designed for its environment that it's in. So the thing is this right here. This same law apply in the atmosphere, which is why the sun can't poke his head over to this other side. Now, I know that's a kind of esoteric way of explaining magnetism, but the teaching of magnetism was turned into religion. And so in a way, it is beneficial to use parable and symbol to explain this too, because it's very complex science.
It's a science book if you read it right.
What's a science book, AD?
Bible.
I was going to say, Sanchez, can't you say that this is basically how a lot of flat earthers, we try to describe gravity, or, you know, what people are saying, like, why do things fall down? You guys brought up Nathan Oakley, the Flat Earth Debate channel earlier. His big thing was like, balls go down and go boom, boom. It's like, doesn't a helium balloon go up? So not everything you let go drops down, right? So it's the same thing, right? Like buoyancy and density is basically how we're describing what ballers would call gravity.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? Let me clear my screen real quick and let's talk gravity, because now we back to the language that the globalists need to hear about. So here we go. This you just said it, like gravity explains that everything go up must come down. It don't explain why some things go up, stay up, and is up and is stuck. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So just they'll say gravity is so strong, it's holding all the water in the ocean to the globe, but it let this little bubble in the water go to the surface. It let the butterfly that's swimming over the ocean do what it want to do and just spit in gravity face. That butterfly saying, look at gravity holding all that water to the earth, but it can't do nothing to me though. Right? That bubble saying, yeah, gravity holding all the ocean water to this ball. Now that's strong, man. And that bubble saying, yeah, but it can't touch me though. Like I said, gravity now got to be selective. Gravity now got to say, you know what? I don't want to touch no bubbles now. Hey, I want to let the butterfly go. I like butterflies. That's what gravity's saying. And ain't no force of nature selective. Fire will burn you, it'll burn a little baby too. If gravity pulling on you, it should be pulling on all things equally. Otherwise, it's a biased force. And there are no biased forces in nature.
Okay.
So this
So you're saying that there is, so AD, you told me there was no gravity.
Right, it's a name for density and buoyancy. They had to rename it so as part of their pseudoscience.
Yeah. They renamed density into gravity, but I'm showing you the hole in that though. That density explains why things fall and why they float too. Gravity only explains why they fall because the ancient Hebrews that came with the theory of gravity, they conceived the universe as a bottomless pit. They were called a Hellenic people. Let me show you something real quick. I got to go off because now we got to talk about the history of gravity a little bit. So check this out. The Hellenic people universe, they thought it was basically an eternal fall, a bottomless pit. And if you look at space today, look at it, it's an endless fall. Gravity controls this endless fall, right? And the grave, right? So the thing about gravity or falling into the darkness of the whole, this is a religion. It's a theoretical terminology. Why is it a religion? Because I told you it's not a force of nature. It's a force of the old church trying to explain nature by personifying it with their God. And that's why you think gravity act like humans where it pick on some things and don't pick on others. It got favoritism, just like a lot of these religious gods got a chosen people that it pick on and some. So I'm all over the place, but here's what I'm saying. The truth is nature ain't biased, she's equal. Things that are lighter than the medium they in will float. And things that are heavier than the medium they in will sink. So a rock is heavier than water. A rock is more dense than water. So if you drop the rock in the water, it falls. But the bubble is less dense than the water, so it rises. In the universe, there's equality. For example, we don't just grow up, we grow up and down, and things sink and float, and this can be explained with the law of density. Just like a tree that grows its roots down and it grows the branches up. So heavy things go down and light things go up in the universe. And the horizon line is the line where that's drawn. So, you know, you can't hold a bubble down in water forever. It's going to always want to find its way back to the surface. Why? I told you nature is a neat freak. She wants all the gaseous air above this level, what we call sea level, so that everything is stacked according to the law of density right here. So the bubble is rising up to its respected layer and the rock is falling down to where nothing is randomly happening. Everything is following the divine orders of nature is what I'm saying. And that can be said as the law of density. Like, who's writing these laws? The invisible intelligence that can tell a seed to become a tree. You just put it in the ground and the ground know what to do. There's an intelligence in the dirt. There's an intelligence in the seed. So you start to look at your reality and you can now see the governor of it that's making that. So these things, these elements are following an order of the universe. And I'm going to just yield with that.
And the plants and trees have their own torus field above and below ground with its fruits and its roots
and the juice.
Hey.
And you can make soup out of some other vegetables. Hey, shout out to the chat room. They said gravity. That's what I'm drinking right now.
That'd be a good name for a tea, huh?
Yeah.
I wanted to show you something.
It'd be wrong.
Yeah. That's true.
Yeah.
Bro Sanchez, I wanted to show you something in relation to what you were talking about, the middle of the flat earth and how the torus field goes in between, in the middle.
Uh-huh.
I have some footage that I don't know if it's real, but I wanted to see if you've seen it before. It's footage supposedly of the middle of the earth.
of the middle. I don't know if I've seen.
I'm gonna share it on my end over here.
Okay, let me stop my share so I can see what you got.
Oh, you can keep yours on. I can control it from this
Okay.
side.
All right.
Let's see. I want to make sure it's sharing. Oh, you know what? Hold on. Give me a second. I need to put this over here so Priest can see.
Wait,
Okay, can you see my screen?
You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and
Here.
stop.
Oh, no, hold on.
Oh,
Try now.
There we go. There we go. I can see you.
Let me know if you've seen this footage,
I have.
as it's supposedly the center of the Earth. So if you were going to the very middle, and I was wondering, like, whoa, maybe this is where the torus field tube, or the torso, if you will, of the torus field would be going down through, because supposedly this is someone looking out through a plane, and they're circling the middle of the Earth. What did you think?
So
Go ahead.
I think this video is to me, it's 75%, 70% accurate of what we would probably see at the North Pole. But I do think it's a fake video though, because there are no planes that's able to get this close to the North Pole, and your systems are break down at that point. And guess what? It's even said by a lot of ancient pirates who traveled this area, that at a certain point you got to stop, because there reaches a point of no return where now you're gonna get sucked in. And some people fear that. Yeah.
Some would also say, well, if you go through that, you're going to be into quote unquote hollow Earth, or the next layer that's below it. Supposedly.
Yeah.
I don't know if you heard of that.
Yeah, I see traveling through that through the North Pole is leaving our dimension and going into a whole nother. It's like getting into an elevator to decide, okay, which floor do I want to get off on?
Wow.
You know, yeah, that's what the North Pole is, like an elevator type deal. But what's in the elevator is the consciousness is being transported.
Okay.
So physicality as we know it would break down in that hole. You essentially would die. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
All of our physical matter as we know of can't travel beyond our dimension here in this earth. You know what you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It have to transform, just like when a cloud wanna drop to the ground, it can't drop. You know, when I showed you that invisible shelf where the cloud get flat at?
Yeah, you can share again if you'd like.
Yeah, let me pull that up though, so you can have, since it's right here. So that's what I'm saying. This the law of density. So where the bottom of the cloud get flat at, that's where the rain drop it at. If you see, and that's saying that above this shelf, gases exist. So water exists as a gas above this invisible ceiling. But if the water as a gas want to drop beneath that invisible ceiling, it got to make itself heavy. So the gases got to come together to make a raindrop. And when it do cross that ceiling, it'll never cross it as a cloud. We don't see clouds fall to the ground. When they do, they fall as a raindrop. So transformation happens at these ceilings where the law of density is in effect. You see what I'm saying? So if the raindrop want to go back up there to be as gas, you have to make it ascend, make it steam, boom, now it rise back up. This is the law of density in our universe at work, is what I'm saying. And you can see, like I said, where that cloud get flat at the bottom. Look at this jar that I got over here. You can look at that as like one of the layers in this jar, right? And each thing on every layer, like this high level represent the least dense items in this jar, and the bottom represent the heaviest things. And the liquids that you see are actually oils, like honey, water, different stuff like that. And the heavy liquids is at the bottom with the heavy metals. The light liquid, least dense liquids is at the top with the least dense objects. So this is the law of density that I'm showing. And we can actually go deep into this. See, but like I said, globalists can't explain why things float. That gravity don't account for that. I'd like to hear it if they could. That'll be actually funny if we got a volunteer globalist to come on, and I wonder who would volunteer to explain how gravity make things float.
We got Reggie says, KP and 80, did y'all ever Google, is gravity a theory? Even Google is not sure.
Dang.
It is a theory. It is a theory.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it's a theory, not a fact. They treat it like a fact.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Seven Sun says, majority of people lack the imagination and divergent thinking to conceptualize the flat theory. Sheeple. D Hill says, sextant for navigation only works on a flat earth. Israel says, made a flat earth beat. Posted it on YouTube and they flagged it. Not bullshitting.
They flagged it?
They flagged it. Yeah, if you put flat earth in the title and the keywords and all that, it automatically will spring up all these things. That's why you'll notice we're not going to put flat earth in our title, because it'll be subject to, you know what I mean? Yeah. People are going to have to just find it on their own, you know what I'm saying?
What, straight earth?
No, they're going to just find it, you know, to have stumbled upon this, you know what I'm saying? Mitchell Williams says they got an internet connection to Mars for a remote control car.
Hold on, bro. What do you mean?
Believe that?
They don't like you can't put the word flat earth no more?
No, we can, but then you'll automatically get that little thing on the bottom and you'll be shadow banned in a way.
Yeah.
They're coming down on the flat earth.
For real?
Yeah, so for the sake of for the sake of your SEO, I'm not doing that.
They've been doing that for years.
Why? You know why?
They want to take the flat earth.
I was just gonna say, because they about to do the alien boat, the BS, man. I'm telling you. I see the Vatican right now talking about it.
There you go. You know what? You want to know who telling the truth? Look at the people they silencing.
They don't know. They don't really know. They're not even bringing up James.
Yeah, they shadow banning the flat earth, man. They've been doing it for a minute. I remember when news was coming out, all flat earth was like, they was clowning us all through the media for a moment. So that worked, it silenced, it slowed down the momentum. And now they got the algorithms. That's the whole media outrage, was to lead to the algorithms. Flat earth is like an attack on science, disrespect to the astronaut. And people think that. And you don't know, when you go along with that, you taking away your own ability to question. If a child say, well, I think it's another way that can happen. I remember a lot of great teachers would say how, like, they would get the answer right in class, but they didn't do it the way the teacher told them to do it, so it got wrong. There's more than one way to skin a cat, but if you don't do it their way, that's tyranny and control. Like, people that live in the jungle don't live our way, but they still happy or whatever. Your way ain't the end all be all. And if you don't want your human right to be able to question science, which is what they using to actually create your medicines, your all of this, you don't care what's in it. Like some, I'm a random, guys. I'm sorry, but this is passionate here too. Like,
that's what we do. We get passionate.
I'm gonna fall back because you.
I see where you're going with it, though. I see where you're going with it.
We was in the middle of donations, man.
No, we good. You good?
Oh yeah. Well, look at this image on the screen, right? I remember when I was little, right? I'm from Alabama. I went to the NASA Space and Rocket Center a lot. My school took a field trip there every year in Huntsville, Alabama, and I remember getting on a Gravitron a lot. I love this thing. You know what I'm saying? But I never realized how much of a lie it was. Because if you really wanted to explain to us how gravity worked, this would not be the way to do it. If you saying we live on the outside of a globe, you will have to put them children on the outside of that machine and spin it. And you know what's going to happen to them children? The same thing happening in that water right there. Now, let me show you something right here. If we live on the outside of the globe that's spinning, some ought to ask you, what's keeping us on it? They say gravity, right? But I just showed you, if gravity holding me on a doggone globe, why is it letting that balloon go? Why can't I? If gravity is saying, nope, brother Sanchez, I'm gonna make you stay on the ground. But that doggone helium balloon, that helium, I'm gonna let it go. Like I said, these forces can't be biased. So we already getting rid of gravity right off the bat. But we got to explain, if we living on the surface of a ball that's rotating that fast, like they say, what keep us held to it? You know what? Gravity ain't a good explanation. So if the only explanation is that we're on a flat plane, and what keep us on the ground is density. Density. You know what I'm saying? Just like we explained the law of density. If you were less dense than the air around you, you will start to float right now. Simple as that. Simple as that. So check this out right now. They giving us the gravitron when they should have all of them kids on top of that thing, on the bottom of it, and walking on the sides of it. And it shouldn't be a flat disc that they're inside of, like what flat earthers say, with the North Pole in the middle, who would be the operator, right? This is this, like, come on. They giving you a spaceship. They supposed to have a globe Earth turning with people walking on it, spinning it, and they stand on it. This is an enclosed system, what flat earthers teach, and it's a circle, it's a torus field. They literally giving you flat earth at the space center and still making you think disprove a globe. You talking about hypnosis and mind effing. When you look at this entire machine, it's exactly what flat earthers say we're in. A donut, a torus field. You see, but we're not explaining what's holding us to the ground with spin. We're doing that with density. They're throwing everything off. Let's talk about how they teach us that the moon is a rock that's reflecting the light of the sun. Now, if the moon is a spherical rock that's reflecting the light of the sun, this is how it will look. This is how light look when it's reflected on a spirit, people. Anybody in the chat room with a mind automatically resonates with this. I don't even got to do no teaching. The moment you see them gray balls, you like, oh yeah, that's definitely how light reflect on a sphere. Did that look like what the moon is on the left? No. You can see the black sky through the moon, like me and the brothers was telling you earlier. So this right here show you, we're giving you guys so much stuff that ought to at least make you say, well, damn, I mean,
well,
I ain't saying.
Good. They're going to argue with you and say, oh, but that's a glossy ball. And the moon is made of moon dust. So it's reflecting from a matte surface and not a glossy surface. That's what some may argue.
Oh, man.
Made out of cheese.
Yeah, hey, right. The people people literally believe the moon was made out of cheese. And they changed that. Right. But you know why that's important? Right. Truth can't be changed, but this science always changes. The theories, there's like catch me in one lie, make up another one, or we learning as we go type shit, you know?
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah.
Special relativity. No, special relativity.
Right.
You know.
Brother Sanchez, I gotta hit you with my man Fourth Disciple, man. You remind me of him. Word. Look like my man Fourth. Word.
Hey, salutes to the brother, man. That's what's up, yo.
Yeah, producer.
Kindred spirits.
Yeah, indeed.
Man, I'm loving this show right here.
I
want to salute y'all once again. You know, everybody know that, you know, we do this all the time, but it's kind of like in an echo chamber. So this gets me out of my echo chamber to a platform where people really got the questions at and all of that stuff. So I'm willing to entertain that, and I'm willing to stay as long as y'all want to roll it, because we do long streams on my channel all the time. And you know, to the long stream thing, because David brought it up, I look at it this way. I spent 8 hours a day in a classroom getting lied to. Man, I'm willing to spend 16 hours a day getting the truth to undo that.
There you go.
You know what I'm saying?
We do have some shout outs here. I can do real quick. Electromagnetic Graham says, Killah P, I'm from New York. I grew up listening to you. Trust me, brother, this is the knowledge you've been missing, which is one of the main things Masons hid. You heard that?
No doubt.
Sacred Knowledge, aka Universe, says, "What's the where's the rest of the continents on that cartoon?" I'm not sure if he's talking about the ball or what. And that was it for that. And Kenneth Miller for $20 says, "Dope build." Shout out to Kenneth Miller. All right, it's on you, bro, Sanchez.
Cat was wilding. Yeah. Yes, indeed. We
Got men kept it raw now.
yeah. Man.
Check your audio. Your mic is a little low.
Shout out to the yeah.
Oh, there we go.
There you go.
There we go. Thank you. Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, I said, now this picture right here is so funny to me, yo, because if a globalist really think about this, what I'm showing right now, because if the ship is going, I was trying to show this the other day when we were talking about the ship. I had brought this image up right here. I was saying, if the ship going over a curve, the butt of the ship will have to come up just like we would see the belly of the plane. I was looking in the chat, a lot of people still weren't getting it, so I showed up today with this image to show them what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? Now, think about that. The sun would actually have to go over the curve the same way, which is why I keep bringing up the quarter on the table thing. But I'm going to move on from that. I just had to go back there to show them that. Here's another one I want to bring up. I'm just going to keep crushing it, argument after argument, to y'all stop me to interject. Okay. Now, if the globe is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, look at this image, right? You don't think that smoke right there will start bending? Like when a train or a truck shoot the smoke up out the top, and since it's driving, the smoke make a L, right? Like that force would bend it. This smoke should be leaving a trail. It should be making an L where the earth is turning throughout the 24-hour day, showing where this smoke started at to where it ended at the end of the day, a whole trail, if you get what I'm saying here. Like it ain't even then deep on that one. We already know that. That's true. But check this out, right? Reflections on a flat surface. This lake is over 50 miles wide. Every 8 miles, we should be able to detect curvature, which means if that's true, the mountain that's reflecting on this lake should be distorted like the picture above it, because this is how reflections look on a curved surface. Listen, if your science can't be duplicated in nature, you have to stop and forfeit the argument, because that's what science is about. All right. If we live on a sphere, then the surface on the image that's reflected on the surface of this lake should distort every 8 miles to detect from where the sphere is bending. And I got the image on top to show you how that will work. And I can show you another place on Earth that shouldn't exist on a globe. This shouldn't. This is just unbelievable right here. Ain't no way nothing this beautiful should exist on a globe.
And that's the Bulgarian salt flats?
There you
Where's
go.
that located at?
Bolivia, is it?
I think it was Bulgaria. Hold on.
Yeah, I think it's Bolivia. What's the name of it again? I forgot. The salt flats again? Yeah.
Oh,
that's
Bulgaria. Hold on. Am I spelling it right?
Yeah, that's what it is, though. You said it.
Bonneville. Right. Bonneville Salt Flats.
Is that in Colorado? No,
Watch,
Utah?
the chat room's going to get it before it.
Yeah, you know the chat room.
Yeah. Bonneville Salt Flats. In Great Basin.
This will be dope to visit too. Yeah, this right here just shouldn't exist on a globe. I'm just saying.
Salar de Uyuni is the world's largest salt flat.
That's crazy. And with the reflection in there?
Yeah, that's why you see those car commercials going out on those salt flats.
Painting. Yeah.
Yeah, but how does that make
Bulgaria was the other one, yeah.
that don't make the earth flat, bro? He's showing you.
Yeah, cause I'm gonna show y'all how this make the earth flat real quick, right?
Okay.
This how it makes the earth flat. We're looking at how reflection should look on a curved surface. Now this mirror up here has a certain diameter. Now they say the globe is 24,000 miles, which means every 8,000 miles we should get reflection distortion. You see, just like we see here. And the curved surface of the ball was spread evenly as the reflected image that's reflected on it will yield or bend to the shape of the surface it's reflected on. So on a flat surface, it would just be like a mirror. Like you don't want a 3D spherical mirror in your house. What if you woke up in the morning and you had a spherical mirror? Your face will look like a clown, right? Nose will be big, distorted. What I'm saying, a mirror is a flat surface. So if you look at the flat surface on the bottom, it's mirroring the one above it, which is why the people who believed in the flat earth in the ancient day created the concept of as above, so below. The surface that we're looking at right now at the bottom mirrors the flat earth conception, how the top dome kisses the bottom dome and they are sort of inverted, just like we see with the mountains down here. You see? And that horizon line is where the inversion would take place. Just like with flat earth right in the middle, the heaven from hell. Boom. This is all related to a flat earth, flat surface, guys, that you would get a mirrored image on a flat earth. You can look at this salt flat as walking on a huge mirror, and we can prove it's a flat mirror and not a spherical mirror because we don't get no distortion. How does this not prove flat earth? Do you not understand spherical geometry? Let me go deeper into this. This is a problem. Check this out, man. This is what it proves that the missiles that the Navy using travels 2,000 feet, and the missile is traveling so doggone fast, and it ain't making an arc shape. They can trace the trajectory of the missile. It ain't making an arch. The missile traveling in a straight line, boom, hit your ship. That's what we've proven over 2,000 miles of straight traveling. They don't design them missiles to be like take an arc shape. They design that for the pilot to shoot it in a straight line like a bullet. You know, like when you shoot a gun, the bullet is traveling longer than 8 miles and it's keeping a straight trajectory. Our guns ain't got the bullet don't have to arch over the curve. Like, come on, guys. This is crazy. Like, this is literally showing us. Yeah, I'm gonna fall back. Yeah.
Now I'm going to the bathroom. I'm drinking a lot of tea. I'm listening.
Yeah, this is showing us a flat earth. I don't know how anybody can say that this don't prove flat earth, yo, because on flat earth it's as above, so below. You're gonna get a mirror image at a place like this. If the earth flat, and guess what? We do get a mirror image. A mirror surface is flat. A balled up mirror is a disco ball. That ain't a mirror, that's a disco ball. And we don't, and this proves if this lake going for hundreds of miles and the mirror image is still reflecting and mirroring it, it's proved that we ain't walking on what you see on the top picture. I just got to say that. Somebody still don't see how that proved flat earth, but I just want them to see that because that's one of the biggest proofs of flat earth, my brothers and sisters. Yeah.
I want to take it the next step up. Like, okay, we know that it's flat, I want to go back to those 7 heavens, because we know about the number 7. You got the 7 heavens. You got the 7 planes of existence that each heaven would correlate to. We
7 days of the week. Baby.
7 days of the week. We got the 7 chakras, which also seems to correlate in the fractal of our human body and the earth itself. You got the 7 major systems in the body. You already know about the 7 major systems. You spoke about layers of light. Remember? There are 7 layers of light. You got the gamma rays, X-rays, ultraviolet rays, visible light, infrared, microwaves, and radio waves. So how interesting is it that even in light, it's in that 7? We're going back to this number 7. You've got the 7 notes in the scale. So musically, we can talk about that. You've got 7 notes in every scale, and it works. You go all the way up. And then you've got 12 notes between every octave. So it's working in light, it's working in sound, and it's just amazing to see the correlation of the number 7 within all of these systems of frequency that we live upon. And then they speak about in the beginning, there was the word of God, which technically would be frequency. So frequencies of light, frequencies of matter. Our own existence is a frequency, which is another thing. So I just find this amazing, and seeing the numerical correlations. The chat room's lighting up with the 7 deadly sins, 7 orifices in the body. It's amazing. And all I'm doing is pattern recognition. With music, everything is pattern recognition. When I learned astrology, I became interested in it because of all the pattern recognition of people's personalities. So I'm obsessed with patterns. You know what I mean? And seeing these correlations, it's amazing, the system that we live in. That's it. Leave it at that.
Most definitely. You know, when you talk about the 7 heavens, I'm going to bring out some of my best stuff here. Check this out, guys. This collage here in the top left is, well, in the top, we see the Hebrew 7 heavens in the top right. And in the top left, we see, you know, the flat earth conception. We can see how they're the same, right? But here's where I'm gonna go deep with this real quick. You said the 7 heavens, right? I was saying the other stream how each of these people think, they ask me all the time, basically, Brother Sanchez, can we go to those other rings over there? You know, these other, let's do it, because I'm gonna go into the 7 heavens and I'm about to be very thorough with it though. So check it out. Let's say there's 7 rings around us, right? Each one of them got their own sky, their own torus field. So just like I'm showing right here. Now, because of that, they on their own time. Now, the ancestors basically said we exist on all of those planes already, which is why we can't go there. It'll be like this version of you meeting another version of you that's in an alternate reality, you know? So it'll be like when you go to sleep at night, you're dreaming. You're in this whole nother universe. You're a whole nother version of yourself. In that dream, you don't know who the dude is that's sleeping in the bed. You don't know who he is. You have a whole nother history in that dream world that you remember ever since your first day being born in that world. If I walk up to you in a dream and ask you, where was you born at? You wouldn't say the same hospital as this world. So the Maya said these dream worlds were alternative universes that our consciousness are going to. And we have 7 different alternate realities that we're living out at the same time as this one.
Would we call them dimensions?
You can definitely use that word. And you know, when you say dimension, and Jesus said, in my Father's kingdom, there are many mansions, and the word mansion sound like dimension. Each of these mansions were mentioned. You know, that God in the Bible spoke things in existence. If you look at this image in the middle, it's called a menorah, and it's 2 words. The two words is man's aura. That is man's aura. If you look at this, man's aura is 7 chakra layers, and the menorah is 7 candlesticks showing man's aura in this multiverse. Man got 7 different ethereal bodies, So the Mayan was able to project their consciousness throughout these 7 realms and be multi-dimensional. And they said long count, short count, because if you look at these other worlds, they got their own time systems. Let me explain to you what I mean by that. One day I went to sleep. Well, one night I went to sleep, right? And I dreamed that I had walked to the store with my cousins and brothers. When we got to the store, I woke up. And one thing you got to realize is this: 9 hours had passed in this world. But in that dream, it only took 10 minutes to walk to the store. So the Mayan were tracking that. The Mayan it's basically this what the Mayan were doing. Let's say you went to sleep tonight and went to an alternate reality or a dream world. And you were able to be conscious that you're dreaming in that world and remember who you were in this world. And you were able to travel each of these worlds, recording who you are in each world and making it your business to consciously spend time in each one so that you don't just put all your eggs in one basket or in one world. We forgot how to astral project and all the secrets of the ancestors. So if you look in the ancient world, they spent hours just meditating. What were they doing? They were projecting their consciousness out their body, spending time on these dream worlds. They were literally multi-dimensional creatures who would tell you, okay, man, I got to holler at you. I got something to do in universe 3. And they would go into meditation and go into that reality and start handling business in that world and project out. And they were just living these alternate, they were multi-dimensional. Today, we only know one world, and we visit the dream world by mistake. The Mayan had mastered the science of how to lucid dream, astral project, and basically travel these alternate realities, so much so that they built a whole calendar system so that they can keep track of time when they are traveling the ethers. So like I said, if I'm dreaming that I'm walking to the store, and in the dream, the walk ain't but 10 minutes, it's important to know that 10 hours just passed in this world. So the Mayan made this thing. And if you look at it, this is very intricate, man. You don't make nothing like this if you just playing around. You don't make nothing like this just because it's cute and it's pretty. This is advanced spiritual technology that we need to put some respect on the ancestors' name, y'all. I'm telling you, that it's a reason they said the Maya were time travelers. So all of the ancestors were, even the Dogon and all of them, but the Dogon said that they come from the North Pole. The Dogon said that the entire universe was created at the North Pole. In fact, one of the greatest map makers said he went to the Pygmy people land, because that's who the Dogon come from. Look at here, Mercator map. Here go the land of the Pygmy. Look at this map. Some of y'all never saw this. The Pygmy people said they come from the North Pole. And one of the greatest map makers of the time when we was able to explore the North Pole is saying the Pygmy ain't lying. Here go they land right there. Says a whole land full of dwarf people. They became Santa Claus elves now at the North Pole.
And we can't go there right now. This is protected by the government, right?
Yeah, we can't, but I think that the Pygmy got secret routes that still can lead them back home to these sacred places. Me personally, I got research on that too. That's another lecture though. I think some of these tribal people know secret tunnel routes and all that through the inner earth and all that to get to lead them back to this land. But see, once you get to where this mountain at, where this mountain range at, that's a little mini tourist field. So what'll happen when you get right here to these 4 continents, you won't really be able to enter them because it'll be like a tornado storm going around them. It'll be sort of like a Truman Show. You know how like we inside of a dome? This will be a smaller world. Around us will be a bigger world. So just like this right here, the worlds get smaller as we go inward.
So that's what somebody was asking in the super chat. They were saying maybe we're not the last world. So you're talking about an inner world in the center.
No, we're definitely not the last world. We're in the middle of a continuum.
Wow.
We can go inward forever and outward forever. And the worlds will get smaller as we go inward and bigger as we get outward, which is why the Nordic people said that the giants live in the outer rings, but the dwarf pygmy people live in the inner lands.
But we can't go there.
We can't go there. We can't go to the outer lands either, because just like they got a treaty around the North Pole, they got a treaty around the South one too, surrounding us. So we're cornered, basically. We're cornered.
Man. Yo.
That's crazy.
Yo, listen.
How you doing, Priest? You all right?
Yeah, I'm loving it, man. I'm loving it. This is crazy. But we gotta get up out of here soon too. And I would love to do a part 2 on this. You know what I'm saying?
You got any questions?
With me?
Yeah.
Nah, man. AD is loving this. He wants to, nah. I mean, I think all the questions were definitely answered, and I think we touched on so many grounds. It's real heavy, man. You got a super chat, right?
We got a super chat right here.
Yeah.
From Forever Kitania. I was able to zoom in on a 30-foot pier from 10 miles away with a P1000 camera in San Diego. The pier should be completely hidden 40 to 50 feet below the horizon if the world were in fact a globe. Verify curvature yourself. Shout out to Forever Kitania.
Yeah.
Right.
And the longer the distance, the bigger the curve. It gets like really dramatic the further it goes out. To where,
No, you're spot on, because at the equator is like where you really, according to my understanding, right, what you're saying.
Your sound went low again.
No, my bad, Benny. I cut you off. But I think I see where you was going on that. I was just a little excited. I thought about something.
You do it, man. You do it. I just want to throw that quick.
Yeah, that's actually like, if you think about it, right?
Bro, your volume is low.
Oh, my bad.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm saying, if you thinking like they said we're on an oblate spheroid, the sides of that thing, like he said, will create an arch so big that your ship would, if you on a ship going over the equator, yeah, you'll definitely be able to notice that, like going over a hill in a car, like we got to go over a mountain when we going to certain places or whatever. You know what I'm saying? You'll feel the popping in the ear and all this stuff. Like it's crazy to think about, like, whether we on a paraoblate spheroid or a globe, we don't make no equipment to detect for any curvature on it. I'll be here all day. I know KP got to get out of here. I'm definitely down to continue this, because this is an extensive topic,
Definitely,
That's
man.
great.
Definitely. Yo, you can stick around. We're gonna get to the music. You know what I'm saying? I have some things to do too. But yo, this was heavy, bro. You came with it. Definitely came with it, yo. It was, and I'm glad that you feeling cool, yo. Vinny, this was dope, man. You glad that we at this part we sit around and we play music. You know what I mean? We play music.
I'll get out of here now. So I'm gonna get off because my phone is about to die anyway.
Yeah.
And and thank you, KP, for I think you see you and Bro Sanchez. Hopefully you're gonna do more together.
Oh, definitely. Definitely.
And thank you, Killah. Thank you, AD.
Yeah.
Shout out to the live chat. Bro Sanchez, you the man.
Hey, you the man too, Ben. Appreciate it.
I'm gonna get out of here, but you all have fun. I'm still gonna be watching. All right.
All right. Peace,
all
Vinny.
have a good night. Yeah. Peace, AD.
Yeah, KP, man. I Killah Priest, I just want to thank you once again. It was awesome. You the best host I've had so far. You and Lord Jamar are like the best hosts I've had so far from, the hip hop side, because I know, when you talk hip hop, we can talk about soul, sonic forces, kind of got the space. We give a lot of the old heads have space. So the brain flat earth may be different. Let me get out of here and quit talking too much, man.
You good, bro.
I'm going to get out of here, KP.
You good.
Salute.
You good. You good,
right.
brother.
Thank you, bro Sanchez.
Salute to everybody.
We're going to set it up. Yeah, that's the top. Yo, that was crazy. Told y'all it's gonna be down like that.
Man.
Word. Yo, that was good, man. All right, so
you have some guests in the building?
Nah, me Kepler just came back.
Hey.
And Sewell and stuff. You was over there. Sewell was over there shadow boxing the whole time. The sword on there. Yeah.
Man kept running great, man. We about to come forth. I'm sorry. I'm getting hype, God.
Yeah. That's good. At least we got that in. At least we got that in. That was good.
Hype, man. Compton and Philly is coming through.
Okay. All right. Yeah, man. Zooming on that juice. Yeah, exactly.
The Cold Crush.
All right. So y'all want to come up? We about to do the music.
That's Captain Cold Crush over there.
Yeah, exactly. But they can't hear you.
All right.
Yeah, you got to come up here if you want to. Yeah, exactly.
Ah, here they come.
Yeah. In the building. Exactly. Yo.
Ladies and gentlemen, Sewell and McKempera, the great.
We listen. We got to follow the rules of engagement.
Yeah, he said let's sue off the league. Yo,
What? So
shout out to- yeah. Good looking, Cash Hound.
God damn it! I've been sitting up here. I've been hyped the whole time. I just sat there. I didn't drink 2 culture ciphers. 2 cultures.
Yeah. Culture Cypher.
I'm hyped, yo.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
He was shadow boxing on. You got your teeth.
Priest.
Well,
What? Mouthpiece. I don't need no motherfucking mouthpiece for these motherfucking. Listen, man. Yo, listen.
Take your chi energy. Calm down. Yeah. He was over there revving up.
You know what I mean? Man kept nonchalantly sitting here. That's the God. That's the young boy, man kept.
Well, see, they done made a whole video.
They done made a video about you.
Here just pondering and, you know what I'm saying? What's that song Exhibit got? He said, sometimes I just sit up in the club and drink.
Yo,
say what's
man,
up to Exhibit and I still don't speak.
That's what they do. They've been doing this with me. I had to fall back. I had to get my behavior right. Had to deal with the scrutiny of individuals just not acknowledging the facts. So when you have a narrative,
have you
right?
seen that movie Idiocracy?
That's them. Idiocracy is about those kinds of individuals.
That's where we're headed, Lord.
Well, what we gonna do is me and Men Kept It Raw. We're gonna come through with a whole presentation to shut the whole flat earthers down on the Killer Priest podcast.
I'm calling it the Cold Crush Edition.
The Cold Crush Edition. And once we unleash this, big up the Vinny, yo. I gotta give Vinny a lot of props because I love that brother. You know what I mean? He a young boy.
Vinny tried to give me
well, that's what happens. They have a narrative. They got a narrative going.
Yeah, they pushing their agenda.
They pushing their agenda and as the whole thing about the podcraft, not podcast, podcraft. We changing that. The craft is here to elevate individuals' mind to the next level. Yeah, I'm hype, yo. I'm hype. Because we allowed. Well, it's not about allowed. Sorry, priest. It's not that. I don't want to be a totalitarian dictator on the show. But right. I'm not. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is that you have your opinion. And we're gonna present our presentation. AD ain't coming on, dude. Well, okay. About this,
I just lowered the volume a little bit.
Okay, and we're gonna present our presentation, and we're gonna.
Are you challenging flat earthers to a debate?
I'm challenging the whole. I'm Rasul Law 7 from the Lost Children Bible. We're challenging all of you. Me and Men Kepara.
What's the date?
We cannot allow this nonsense to go on.
Idiocracy.
Yo,
We
what's the
can't.
date?
We cannot
What's the
allow
date?
it.
What's the
And
date?
I'm calling out Lord Jamar too.
What's the date?
Yeah.
I'm gonna make it fair for him.
You call out Lord
Yeah,
Jamal?
that's
I'm gonna
right.
make it fair for him. I'm gonna put one of my
We calling
arms
him out,
behind
too.
my back, Lord. You know what I'm saying? That way it'd be a fair.
Oh, so you just gonna put your arm? You gonna knock him out
box
with
him
one
with one
hand?
arm, Lord.
Okay.
That way it'd be a fair
I'm with the
fight.
God.
Because if I'm using
Uh-huh.
both sides of
That's
the
right.
brain, they're done.
Yes, like shadow boxing.
They're done. It's too much red herrings going on. There's too much of illegitimate science. People that don't understand the definitionaries of density, they don't even know these words. Y'all don't even know these words. And I'm not going to. Right now, because the show about it's almost 9:00, right? Right, we're not gonna go and pull up stuff. AD, pull this up. No, we ain't doing that. But we're gonna come back and we're gonna pull out the sword. The sword has to be drawn.
What's the date of the debate?
I don't know when is the debate, priest. Let us get it together. Me and the God gonna get it together. You know what I mean?
You heard it.
That's right. That's right. I ain't heard that in a long time. Yeah, hit that one more time, AD. One more time. Yes, the Falcon. The Falcon is gonna swoop down on y'all.
Yeah, I mean.
That's right. And Men kept it raw.
Yeah, I mean, Godcast is in the building.
Hold on.
Lord
Men
Jamal
kept
is
it
in the
raw.
building.
He is the. See, you got Men kept it raw and Hey Rue. See, Men kept it raw, Hey Rue. That could be a motherfucking name. We're going to have to tell Ben Sanchez to change his name to Men kept it raw, Hey Rue. He's going to have to change his name.
I don't think they want to really debate me, man, because anytime you're trying to prove to the public.
Go ahead.
Anytime you're trying to prove to the public, right, that there's supposed to be some kind of curvature over water, you've lost.
Yeah, well,
because water always,
right.
I don't know how many times we got to say this, God, but water always levels
It's called the
itself
tide,
out.
brother. It's called the tide.
So how could there be any curvature on water if water is always leveling
that's not how you.
itself out?
Well, here's. I'm gonna give you a build on that.
Yeah, I know.
We
AD,
gonna hold on.
I know AD's right there.
No. We don't.
I ain't saying nothing. Y'all go ahead.
AD got to fall back, yo.
I'm falling back.
Because you've been.
Somebody said, "Why we duck the smoke?"
You a
We
flat
ain't duck the
earther,
smoke,
yo.
man.
You a
We don't
flat.
duck
Y'all
no
go
smoke.
ahead.
So AD, that's what I love about AD. You gotta give AD a bomb. Just give him a bomb just for
We
being
just
AD.
let
AD knows how
Sanchez get his stuff
how
off,
to
man.
hang out with flat earthers and
Globers.
and the Globers and however way he looks at it.
Globetrotters.
You know what I mean? That's still my brother. AD is our brother.
We the Globetrotters.
I don't know what they did to you, AD. They must have. What the hell, priest? What did they do to AD?
All right, let's get it. Let's get
Slip something in this drink, yo.
You ready?
I don't know
Be
what kind of.
slipping your drink, AD.
They did something to you, God, because you are the God.
I appreciate you.
You are God, man, and you are
appreciate
God, and you know it ain't no. Listen,
But proceed.
I just don't
Proceed with your build.
All right,
Proceed with
I'm
your
sorry.
build.
I'm sorry. What we're saying is we're going to go in, and we're going to present the ultimate presentation. Okay. And we're gonna do it like how
They wanna
Lord
know when.
Jamar, Lord Jamar, we said, no, priest, I gotta have my own day. So when me and Men kept it raw, we're gonna have our own day where nobody can come in. Y'all can comment, but nobody can come in, and we're just gonna present the evidence. That's what we gonna do, God.
Oh, okay.
I'm teaming up with the young boy. He's
Okay,
not
what's
young.
the name?
I'm
Yeah, I got
older
a
than
name.
you, man.
Shout
I
out
can call
to
you
him.
that. and Men
right.
Men kept it raw. The great, the God.
Those said
We gonna go in.
Zero need
Now,
for.
I'm not playing no games now.
Okay.
I sat up here and listened to this stuff. And priest, man, I give you a lot of credit, man. You are the ultimate. You're the ultimate wise man. You might be the wisest person. I don't know what to say. You know how to sit up there. I get emotional, man. I throw way to rip the TV off the wall.
You do.
That's just how I am, man. I get emotional when people think that they're right and they're wrong. Yeah. But you know,
don't you think that you're right?
Go ahead.
Don't you think that you're right?
See, there you go.
That's a good question.
That's a good question. It's not that I'm right.
People think that they're right.
Hold on. It's not about that I'm right. We're going off of scientific facts, equations. You can use it with math. You can't use any of the flat earth theories with math. You can't use math with the flat earth. No, because they don't believe in gravity. But then they say, oh, well, I believe in density. They don't even know what the word density even means.
What's it mean, Lord? Break it down.
No, I'm not going to do that right now because I'm on a rant right now. I just want to talk.
Calm down.
I'm sorry.
Break it down. Just break it down.
Because when y'all, everybody knows on this platform, when I build, I go in. I got to start having my day.
You want to ask the chat room?
No, I don't want to. Well, they could, but the chat room that's what I love about y'all. The hate and the love. And I'm pretty sure. Listen, let me tell you something. Everybody in that chat room, they know what the word density means. They understand the science. If you're a flat earther and you're in that feed right now, and I see all y'all right now. I'm looking at y'all, right? We can have it. Fuck it. But the reality of it is, we know. Listen. Density, gravity are not the same forces. Gravity is a force. Density is not.
All right.
Now, let the brothers and sisters, the craftsmen and the rocketeers, let them break that down.
Let me break something down too real fast.
Let him go, God. Go ahead, God.
And I hate to keep responding to this.
You go ahead. Go ahead.
If we was to make say for instance, we just using the ocean as because when I first asked the flat Earth community, you know what I'm saying, how come, you know what I'm saying, you saying that you're using the Earth as your way to point that there's no curvature, but you already know there's too many hills and mountains and stuff like that for you to even see any kind of curvature in the Earth because the Earth is constantly changing its levels all the time. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So they was like, that's why we use water. And see, but listen, that argument, you can't use that argument because you're using water and not the Earth itself. If you're a flat earther, what does water have to do with your argument? You know what I'm saying? You're using the argument of, oh, well, we're taking laser beams and we're shooting them out over water, and that proves to us that over this diameter of so far, there is no curve, so that proves that the Earth is flat. Well, what you're not realizing is that you're shooting the laser beam over water as opposed to shooting the laser beam over the Earth itself. The Earth is at the bottom of the water. That's what you need to be shooting the laser beam over.
Exactly.
The Earth, the water.
Exactly.
The bottom of the Earth's surface, hold on. The bottom of the ocean is changing all the time. You know what I'm saying? Meaning like sometimes it's valleys, hills, and stuff like that.
Because the Earth is spinning. Exactly. This is a scientific fact.
Scientific fact.
Okay? A scientific fact.
Yeah.
That the Earth is spinning and revolving around. Yeah, Sanchez, I love you to death, brother. I know you probably watching. You said the Earth has no illumination. Yeah, well, you're right. The Earth doesn't have illumination. It gets all its illumination. It's non-illuminous. It gets all its illumination from the sun. And he pulled up an illustration. He said, well, how can the sun and the moon can be seen? The reason why is that it's tilted on a 23-degree axis, correct? This is facts. AD don't say nothing. I'm talking to these guys. You can't say nothing. You don't jump in anything.
I'm not saying anything.
All right. So, listen. The Earth is tilted 23 degrees.
Is Sanchez trying to get back in?
No, you can't let him in. He had a whole hour to talk. It's almost 9 o'clock, man. We about to roll out. I don't know. Unless you want to come in. I don't priest. What you want to do, God? You know, I'm just saying. It's like he said the Earth. Yo, listen. He said. Excuse me. I had a couple of drinks over there, but he said. You know. The moon. Yo, the moon.
You sound like a lot of
the moon is non-illuminous.
He want to come in.
He gets all of his light. Hold on. It gets all of his light from the sun. All of his light. And the Earth is not 2,300 miles out. Yo, it's not. Yo, if the Earth was that close to the sun, we would burn up. Mercury, there's a distance between the planet and the sun.
Well, you want to get in?
These guys sound crazy.
Hold on.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, Sanchez said, "Wow, it's my show." He's scared. Who's scared, Sanchez? There's nobody scared. I mean, knowledge is knowledge, Lord. You know what I'm saying? Anytime you want to have a bill with me on that, you know what I'm saying? Because I've been sitting here listening to all you guys' talking points, and all of y'all are running the same cult lines.
Yeah.
You're running the same cult lines over and over. The same thing AD say, you say. The same thing Lord Jamar say, Benny say. They all running the same cult lines.
It's just too much, man. You guys take.
Can we do it civilized though? One talk at a time.
Right,
we're gonna let Sanchez back in the building.
Nah, man. See,
why he said no?
He's trying to make a debate.
You was just calling him out.
I'm just saying. He said it was non-illuminous. You can bring him back in. Let's see what he got to say about that.
There you go.
Okay, let me just say.
Hold on. He just popped out of nowhere. He just popped out.
Peace, Sanchez. Peace, Sanchez. How you doing, God?
Multiverse.
Yeah, man, listen.
Peace to the God.
Peace to both of y'all brothers, man. Listen, I don't mind debating this. It's just the whole you're making references as to I'm like scamming or something, or if it's some kind of cult. One thing about the flat earth is hella divided and broken up, man. Like people do not agree. That's why I got my own shit. So there's no way we all repeating the same thing as you say. For example, David West don't even go into like the seven heavens and stuff. He teach a glass dome. I don't even agree with a glass dome, but we respect each other. I'm just giving you an example of how, it's not no one. Flat Earth are basically a group of people saying no one know what the universe looked like, and we're going back to see what the ancestors, how they conceived it. Whether you agree with these ancestors' conceptions or not, I was taught in school the ancient people believe the earth was flat, and I saw some of these same slides as a child. Look, I'm willing to screen share. I told Killah Priest I'd be going live for hours. I was hoping people would come up with questions, smoking stuff. That's my favorite part of the show, which is why I'm glad to be back. So much love to you, brothers. I'm coming in a good spirit, man.
Yeah, we got some stuff for you,
most
God.
love. Well, we got much respect and much love.
Much respect.
Brother.
It ain't nothing like that. One thing about I say this too, Sanchez, man, it's all about information, like the homie Vinny said. We was just talking about that. Big up to you. Big up to your channel, and I'm glad you came on the Killah Priest podcast, man. It's awesome that you just came on, man. I think that's dope.
Yeah,
and we gonna figure this out.
Yeah, we
all gonna figure it out together.
My main thing, brother, is that when we're building on certain things, it's like yesterday, I mean not yesterday, but on Monday, I asked certain questions, and when certain things can't been answered, you know what I'm saying, it make me, ponder like, well, how much is this just a fad or something that you guys are just coming up with, and how much knowledge have you actually dug deep into this science, and so and when you throw out, your so-called proofs, I got to throw mine out there too, because it's like, like I was saying, as far as, a lot of times when the brothers be like, well, there is no curvature, and you can't prove that there's curvature. That's like AD's main talking point. You can't prove that there's no curvature. Yet, at the same time, the analysis that you use to try to prove that there is no curvature doesn't have a scientific backbone on it.
It does.
Like when I say, for instance, like the case of, we shot the laser beam across the ocean and we used the ocean floor.
I didn't bring that up.
We used the ocean as our flat space to say, like, there's no curvature over the water. So since there's no curvature over the water, there's no such thing as there being a globe Earth. And it's like, for one, level water's going to always,
find this level.
It's always going to find this level. But what y'all not analyzing is the actual ocean floor itself, because that's the actual earth itself. Remove the water and move the water out of the way. The water is a deception to the eyes because the water is always fluid and moving. You got to move the water out the way. Let's deal with it. Let me finish. Go ahead. Let's actually deal with the earth itself, the crust. Let's actually deal with the surface of the earth. If you deal with the actual surface of the earth, then what happens is if you move the water out of the way, that no longer becomes a topic of discussion, because you can't use the water because water is always moving. When you're in the ship is always moving. So you can't use water as an example of why the earth doesn't have no curvature, because you're not focused on the earth itself. You're focused on something that's always going to level itself out. So water will never make a curve.
So
not even. There's just the add on. Okay, go.
Let me respond to him real quick. I got you. I'll be brief. I mean, there's literally a tool called a level that is based on water maintaining its level to determine that a surface is flat. So if I'm laying a foundation for a house and I want to know that my flow ain't gonna have an arch or a bulge in the middle, I can use my level in the middle of that floor and make sure it's a flat, what we call sea level. We using water. Since water gonna always find a level surface, we can use that to prove are we walking on a level surface or not.
No, I'm gonna tell you why that's. I'm gonna tell you why that's not. I'm gonna tell you why that's not right and exact.
And I want to screen share.
Hold, let me finish that point real fast. I'm gonna let him finish. He want to screen share.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead. You did your part, man. You know you. All right.
He just had 5 hours.
5 hours, bro.
I know.
That's what I'm saying,
I know.
man.
But then when y'all ask him a question, y'all gotta let him answer it.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
What I was saying, y'all here every day, man. I'm just a guest. This how you treat a guest.
No, it ain't like that,
Come on, Sanchez.
man.
Ain't nobody throwing no bottles at you, nothing like that, man.
We got nothing but love for you. I just subscribe to your channel, bro.
Hey,
Come on,
y'all
man.
good people. But that's why I said, yeah, feel free to interject. I stopped talking just so that brother can interject. It ain't nothing like that. Yeah.
Okay.
No,
Well,
right.
what I was trying to say was this. That argument that you use that water's going to, that's how we determine if it's a flat surface. You know, I deal with construction myself. I'm going to tell you the same thing that I told them on Monday. If I pour water in the cup, right, and I put all kind of rocks and stuff like that inside the cup, right, the bottom of the cup itself is not level, right? But the top surface where the water's going to be at is always going to be level. But the bottom of the cup, the actual surface bottom of the cup, could have all kind of dips and holes and all kind of uneven surface, mountains, hills, and all kind of stuff that's at the bottom of the ocean. But the top of the ocean is always going to be level. But just because the top of the ocean is level, that has nothing to do with the actual surface of the earth itself that's underneath the water.
So when does the water make a turn?
And water doesn't turn.
So
Andy,
it
what are you talking
stays
about?
flat.
Yes, but that doesn't mean that the earth is flat.
So how far does water go? All the way out?
Listen to me.
Where does the curve happen?
You can see
What
the
curve? What are
You talking about the earth, right?
man.
You're talking about a curved earth.
Hold on.
No.
This is why
When
we
does the
gotta
We're not
have-
understanding water molecules and
Come
how
on,
they
Sue, let
formulate
him talk.
themselves
You
on the
good.
planet Earth.
I'm trying to understand the question.
Okay, water molecules, because the earth is so vast and so big, you can never see a curve on the earth because the earth is too big for the average human being to be able to see it. To try to use water itself, like a lot of the images that flat earthers use it, they superimpose
Hold up, brother.
the plane or the
interjection.
sun or the moon as being super big objects or super small objects compared them size to earth, when in actuality it's the opposite.
Listen to me.
All right, hold on.
we can't see-
Go ahead. Let him answer. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
man.
You said we can't see the curve from the ground, but yet when the ship vanish at the horizon, they say that's the curve. Which
Who is
one
they?
is it? Which one is it? Globalists say that. Even science teach that. So that's what I'm saying. I have a screen share right now on the screen so we can see that the bottom of the ocean should be following the top of it if you're on a globe. And at the bottom, this is how it will work on a flat earth. So he's saying that the ocean floor, and we know floors are flat like your kitchen floor. He's saying that the ocean floor is bent
No, I didn't say the ocean floor is bent.
But here's the thing. According to global science, I want to know, do you agree with Pangea? Because they're technically, the floor should break at some point and we should have floating island continents. We got to establish that part too.
You said but see the bend of the earth that you guys put on there, right, is always too small to be actual reality. Like the bend that you use, and you try to make this seem like the water is above at one surface or smaller at one surface.
Check this out.
That's not how this planet is too big for you to even see a curve yourself.
I got you, but here's what I want to say to you, brother. Just hear me out. The people that built this bridge go for hundreds of miles. You right, if I was in a car living on a globe, I wouldn't be able to see the curve because it'll be too big. I'm an ant. I agree with you. But also that mean that the columns that's foundating this bridge would be smaller in the middle than on the side. In other words, the people
brother,
that built this,
it's still too big to even do that, brother. You know that.
Hold on, what, brother? Let me finish. This, if the earth is a globe, architecture, people building buildings on top of a globe and road systems will have to keep that in mind. They just can't ignore that they live on a globe and lay flat train tracks and not curve them around their globe. They will have to wrap their roads around their globe.
That's not
Stop cutting them off, yo. Let them finish building.
Bro,
Yeah, go ahead.
If spherical geometry say every 8 miles, we should be able to detect for curvature, right? So that means if I'm building a road system and I'm an architecture, I know every 8 miles, I need the angle. I need to build downward so that my roads don't start going up into the sky. It's like putting a pencil on a basketball, it'll point upward. You have to keep, to get that pencil around a basketball, you got to keep pointing the nose of the pen down. I will have to keep building my bridge around the globe. I can't just keep building a road flat that's going hundreds of miles on a globe that says, as an architecture, I should be bending my foundation every 8 miles. You can't ignore that map. I'm gonna show you one more thing and I'm gonna yield the flow. This is called a periscope. A submarine comes just above the surface of the water and is able to see for hundreds of miles and pick up a ship and zoom in on it. It should be zooming in on a ball of water. It shouldn't be able to see above that curve. Think of that. That's like I said, if a pencil on a basketball, it will never aim at the curvature unless you point it downward. On a flat plane, you would just aim it parallel to the plane like we see this periscope. You can't see over a curve at a ship. Your vision would have to bend over. There's no way I can zoom in with this thing right off the surface of the water and at a ship that should be hit, that you said that globalists say just went over a curve, but yet I can pick it up with this. So not only am I saying it's flat, the instruments we build prove it's flat.
All right, let me respond to that. Now, again, I gotta say it again. Water is always going to level itself out. So when you bring your telescope up, right, off your submarine, right, and you're looking over the surface of the water, right, the surface of the water is not the surface of the earth. The surface of the earth is underneath the water. So when you're looking at underneath the water, there's all kind of hills and valleys that make up the earth's, the ocean surface. Above the surface of the water is always going to be flat. So you're not going to be able to look thousands, 100 miles down and see a ball of water because, for one, like we just said, water doesn't curve. And for two, water always levels itself out. So to try to make an argument and say that, well, you know, this submarine puts his binoculars up above the earth, above the water surface, how come it can see thousands of miles or hundreds of miles without there being a curve? Because you're looking at the wrong thing. Instead of you looking at the earth's surface, you're looking at water that's always going to level itself out. So being that water's going to always level itself out, you should be able to see hundreds of miles because of the simple fact that we're not talking about is water flat. We're talking about is the earth is flat. Thank you.
Question. I got a question for you.
Go ahead.
You said water does not curve. If you look at the image on the screen, that's why I don't believe in this image, because I believe what you just said. Water don't curve. That's why I don't believe in this image that you see on my screen right now, because water would have to curve for this to be true. So every time you say water don't curve, you reconfirm why I'm a flat earth. When you say water,
but your image of you,
that's because
you understand. Go ahead, Russell. Go ahead.
Can I say something, please? Because everybody keep cutting me off, man, and I'm trying to make
because
a
you
point.
only talk when they talk. You got to talk.
Hold
You got to
on,
wait
though.
till
Hold on,
others
though. All
talk.
right. Well, he's on here for 5 hours.
That's because it's
brother,
been.
Just take the floor. You were done. It was my turn. Now you want to cut me off, and I'm allowing.
Go ahead, finish, brother Sanchez.
Like this is why y'all doing that, bro. Like it's all love, man. So when you said water find its level, the question would be, how can water find its level on the surface of a basketball? Pour some water on a basketball and see what do the water find its level.
We not
water
living on a basketball.
Listen,
Lord.
I'm about to be done in a minute. If you say we're not living on a basketball, that's what I thought the globe Earth was. You can explain it to me later then. Maybe I'm wrong. But my thing is this. If the reason water find its level is because it must be contained. No matter what the shape of the container is, water will always find its level. For example, look at this right here. See these glasses? No matter how you tilt that thing, water gonna stay even with the horizon, which is why we make an instrument called a level that I can use with water in it that'll make me get my picture straight. My picture will be even to the horizon outside if I use the level right. It'll do. See, the water will always find the level, like you said, but that's because the water is contained. It won't do it if it ain't in a container like flat earthers say. So when we say we surrounded by an ice wall, that's like this bathtub right here. But if it was on a globe, how would water find its level? How would water level itself on the surface of a sphere? It wasn't. It won't. So I'm going to just yield the flow with that. I don't want to take too much time to talk. Go ahead. We don't want that to be used against me.
Go ahead, Russell.
Well, first and foremost, y'all don't understand anything about gravity or the laws of nature on how things hold together. You just want to run around and come up with your mythological theories about what you think density and gravity actually is. And first and foremost, before I'm not even going to go into the definitionaries of any of those words, because I already know you don't know anything about density or the definition or what gravity even means.
Don't belittle him, man.
No, I have to do it like this because we're going to do a presentation.
Yeah,
and we're going to go
I'm
through.
I'm about to cut this, man.
Hold on, yo. Why you want to just cut me off, yo? It's like, yo, let me finish what I'm saying, man.
Because you're being disrespectful,
no,
man.
I'm not. All I'm saying, I didn't put any.
Nah, this is getting
hate on his
emotional.
name.
This is getting too emotional.
It's just like, it's science, and it's science it's basic science.
Yeah,
and the flat earthers, they cannot come forth with anything to prove their thesis. If the science is wrong, right? Then show your thesis to prove the science is wrong, and then we'll believe you. I said this on this show many a times. I said, if you can prove me wrong about a lot of the statements that I make, then I'll follow you. But nobody can prove certain things wrong. You have to prove this not Rasul or Men Keppera Killah Priest or AD. Well, AD, you with them. You guys have to prove the science is wrong. Y'all have to.
We did, though.
No, you did not.
Brother.
No, that means that you have to have credible
scientists.
scientists.
You got
Here
to
it
chill
comes.
with that. You got to
Hold
chill with that.
hold
No,
on.
because you keep saying that.
Finish what I'm
So,
saying. Credible
I'm
scientists.
about to cut it because
Credible scientists. You have to have credible scientists to
cut his mic, man.
to prove
cut
him
his
wrong.
mic.
Come on, yo.
Nah, man, because you don't listen, bro. I told
alright,
you.
whatever,
You
yo.
get too emotional and you start yelling and stuff like that. And it's not about disrespect.
Well.
Keep talking, bro. Stop it, bro. Stop it.
Yeah.
Stop it,
And
yo. I'm not doing this.
I respect the brother, and much love to him. You know, I think it's important, instead of saying what I don't know, show what you do know, because I'm just showing what I know in my research.
Yeah, that's why
Show
we're going
what
to
you
do a
know.
presentation. That's
Show
why we're
what you
going.
know, Sue.
No, why are you challenging? We going, like I said, we're going to do a presentation. Me and kept it raw, and we're going to show you how it all works, because it's basic theory. It's
And
basic.
see,
Well, I just want you to know
this is
something,
one of
man.
the right. Hold on, not to cut you off,
Let me
God.
finish, Lord. Let me
Go ahead.
finish. Let me build. Now, to get to your point about the aspect of, and I've heard this, like I said, a lot of people use the same talking points. They say, well, if the Earth is a ball, right, like a basketball, right, then pour water on the basketball and see if the water will stick to the surface. Now, you know, and just dealing with science now.
Come gravity.
Okay. Yeah. So when, according to what we know now is the science of that Earth is a round sphere, right? We know that the Earth's surface is covered in 75% water or 70% water, right? Give or take. The pockets of the Earth that separate between each continent, like I give you an example, America and Africa, right, are what we call above sea level, right? And the water sits in between those pockets of Earth where, you know what I'm saying, the surface level is too low and the water level is higher than the surface level. Okay, so gravity, right, when you using a ball theory, right, that you guys always talk about with the basketball, if I pour water on the ball, being that the actual gravitational pull of the Earth is going to pull the water down off of the ball, it's going to automatically go to the floor. And that's just common sense. If I take a cup right here, right, and I take a ball right here, right, and I pour water on the ball, because the gravity's down here on the floor, the water's going to go on top of the ball and fall off all the way down to the floor. But when you have a suspended planet where there is no outside gravitational force because of the simple fact that there is no up or down in space, then the water itself, the water molecules are going to do just like I was talking about earlier on the apple. They're going to stick to the actual surface of the planet because the surface of the planet itself keeps the water molecule to the planet itself.
Are you saying, quick question, you're saying that gravity is what's keeping all of the water from slinging off the basketball?
No. What I'm saying, let me finish what I'm saying. What I'm saying is this, I want you to look at me when I'm saying this. If this is the planet Earth, right, and it is suspended in space, right, then it has its own gravitational pull that keeps all of its rocks, minerals, trees, water attached to itself. There is no gravitational pull around it, so you can't pour water on the Earth and expect it to fall off the bottom because there is no bottom. When I say there is no bottom, because there is no top and there is no bottom when you're in space. When you're in space, gravitational pull does not exist. So the whole theory of, oh, I got this ball right here and I'm going to pour water on this ball and the water's not going to stick to the ball. The only reason why the water wouldn't stick to the ball is because there would have to be another gravitational force to pull the water off of the ball. But since there is no bottom gravitational force to pull the water off the ball, therefore that gravitational force don't exist. So therefore you can't use basketball as a form of a globe theory.
That makes sense. No.
How doesn't that make sense?
Okay.
Let him answer it, Lord.
Do you understand the difference between centripetal and centrifugal force?
Yes.
Tell me the difference.
Centripetal force is an outside force. Centrifugal force is an inside force. Am I correct?
That's simplified way. Yeah, that's correct. But my thing is this. That's why I brought up the gravitron earlier. I'm gonna pull that up right now because I get what you're saying. Mm-hmm. You saying because the Earth is spinning and we're on it, that should keep us stuck to it, right?
No.
That's exactly what you just said.
No, that's not what I said. I said that because the Earth is suspended in space, meaning that there is no other outside gravitational pull to pull any objects off of the Earth. Therefore, all of the objects that are on the Earth stay on the Earth.
I'm trying to
Like I give you an example.
Hold on.
I'm gonna explain it to you one more time.
Lord, please just let him go, and then we can get out.
Okay, go ahead.
You said your part. Let Sanchez go, because I was.
Yeah, I was taught in school like what keeps our atmosphere from not flinging off into space is because Earth gravitational pull. That's what I was taught. And that right there is what I'm debunking. If you got your own theories to this science, then I'm not. You got your alternative viewpoint of heliocentrism. I'm debunking the mainstream Neil deGrasse Tyson NASA science. They gave me this gravitron that I'm showing on the screen to explain that because the Earth is spinning, it keeps us stuck to it. Just like they teaching these children right here at NASA's base. They teaching them that. I learned that when I was there.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is they taught me wrong because we don't live inside of the Earth. We live on the surface of it, which was why we would have had to been on the surface of the gravitron is what I was saying. Mm-hmm. Because like a basketball, if you put water on it and spin it, the water fling off. And we're talking about we live on a ball with water wrapped around it and it's spinning. You would have to explain why the water don't fall off and see what happens is we're talking about. No, my thing is this right here. When you spin a basketball, of course, the water is going to fall off. But see, centripetal force is dealing with when you spin something and have water on the surface of it, it's going to fling off. So centripetal force would be like the opposite of gravity that's showing, like you said, an inward force of how some would stay on. What I'm telling you is this, neither one is stronger than the other one or debunks the other one. It's basically the law of density. So when you take that into account, you still got to explain why the water one fling off this ball, and you can't just say because space is surrounding it, because space is a vacuum.
Well, let me explain it to you better like this. Appreciate you giving me the opportunity to build with you.
Yeah, set up another time so we can go ahead and move on to the music.
Hey, salute once again. Hey, Killer Priest, if y'all playing artist music, play my song World on some bullshit one of these days. Check that out. Tell me what y'all think. I'm out, man. Salutes to y'all too, brothers. It's fun sparring with y'all. Much love and respect. Though.
Much love and respect, bro.
Thank you,
all
KP, once again.
All right.
Peace.
Yeah. No. Let's get ready.
Yeah, just
I know.
Two people looking at, I got my own way of looking at things, and everybody has their own other way of looking at things, and it's all peace.
There you go. All right, so can we move to the music?
Yeah.
All right.
Really good. Man, 5 hours, huh?
Yeah. 5 joints. I was trying to get it stopped already. Shout out to everybody that's still in the building, still rocking with us. It's off the hook. No's gonna go there. All right, let's go.
Yeah, this is the part of the show where we play tracks that were submitted by up-and-coming artists and beat makers.
Is Sanchez got his music in there too?
Who? Oh,
Sanchez.
yeah.
All right.
I want to know what the name of that song he was talking about. It said World something. I didn't catch that. Put it in the chat, Sanchez. You said that name of your track was World, I think, on Fire or something. Oh, the World on some bullshit. I found it. Okay, so we're going to play that. In fact, we can play that first. Get it? You know what I'm saying? I got you. Boom, boom. Okay, you ready? And here we go.
Kind of like the sun coming over a...
Hold on.
It's kind of like the sun coming over a dark cloud, shining on you with its warm rays of beneficence.
Yeah. Once again from the soul. This is my notebook. Let me rip you a page that'll make you sit back and witness the plague. Got kids pitching grenades, missing the days. Guess you can't be a star sitting in the shade. And at times, life will make you sicker than AIDS. Twisting the haze, laid out wishing you prayed. Working hard, no difference is made. In a world that'll kill you and spit in your grave. The best thing a parent can say to a child, success has no restriction for age. Or we might be another nigga twisting some braids in the penitentiary, spending some days. Bad choices, plus you know how niggas persuade. Them snakes got venomous ways. And the worst thing to a man is feeling betrayed. Head above water, still get hit with a wave. Still think of my queen, get hit with a daze. Still treat us no different than slaves. This world will take hearts and fill them with rage. Water seeds with hate and make them sit in a cage. On some bullshit. World on some bullshit.
That is the world on
Nothing
some
new under
bullshit.
the sun. Shit ain't no different today. You know I can give up what your ministers say. I won't forget the past to remember the faith. As society takes souls and send them astray. Then it's the hate you got trapped deep in your heart. So in these times I fall back deep in the arts. Hitting colors. Got a nigga seeking the arc. Sipping tea, watching devils pull people apart. I remember an old saying, reap what you sow. On your journey, stay humble and teach what you know. And this flow ain't the shit you see at the store. It's more like the damn killer that you greet at the door. Third eye be the seed of your soul. Such a beautiful earth these demons control. Gonna make shit better if I can. Cause all over the world my empire stand.
Fire. The whole world on some
On
bullshit.
some bullshit.
By Bro Sanchez. Check that out. The link to the YouTube channel is in the description.
That was fire.
Hell yeah.
That was fire.
Sanchez, you got some skills on
Yo,
on
Sanchez,
the mic.
that was fire, yo.
Definitely better than your presentation.
Hey.
Yo.
All right.
So,
Are you ready for what's next? Next one is by The Mark of Buddha. Track is called Loose Leaf.
Agents to the bag of marijuana made in Mexico, and to the public that's owing stone 1 nickel or a dime of marijuana forever.
That snare, it's a good snare.
ooh, this is hard. Royal priesthood for this one.
I can already hear a cadence for this, man.
That was fire.
That was dope. I like that one a
All
lot.
the way through.
Yeah.
It's called Loose Leaf by Mark of Buddha. Dope.
Dope.
All right, next one is by Aurora Borealis.
Aurora.
Track is called The Pope. All right, Aurora Borealis, send me that track.
Yeah, I think
Stems.
the thing is, it sounds cool. I feel like I heard it already, but
did.
you know, you might want to. I don't know why it sound like that. You know, maybe send it a different way. And like AD said, turn your vocals up, bro.
Yeah, or lower the sample and
Or
bring the
lower the
drums
sample,
up.
yeah.
The drums and vocals need to be like dominating. Okay, next one. We got none other than Voltage Controller, aka Ghetto Gandalf.
And you still got to play the K Reno, Flat Earth versus Globe.
Yeah. All right.
Gandalf.
Nice here. Hold on a second. I got everything all moved around because of that. Okay, here we go.
Ghetto Gandalf. Voltage control. Voltage control.
Yeah, Ghetto Gandalf holding it down once again. Dope.
Yeah, that was also off the chain. As usual, and again, we got the video coming. Me and Voltage on Proverbs Records.
Nice.
You know, give another bomb for that, priest. We got something going. We got something going. What's going on? We got something going on.
Yeah, we're working it out.
Yeah, me and Priest got some stuff going on. So big up the Voltage, man.
He wants to play one of his tracks.
I'm not doing it.
Who?
Because it's going to be more. It's going to be more stuff. Hit me up later. Arnold.
This show went on. You got the Sanchez and blew the spot off, blew the volcano off the John.
Okay. Mighty Hebrew, I got your email. You gotta send me the track.
Nah, we're gonna say that for the next time because we gotta get up out of here. Is that the last one?
Yeah. So that was it. This is K Reno.
Yeah, play that on our way out.
Okay.
Yeah, we want to thank everybody. Yeah, we did like 5, man. It's like, it is. We thank everybody for coming through. It's been off the hook. You know what I'm saying?
Off the meat rack.
Yeah, off the meat rack.
Yeah, man. It's
Great
been
build.
wild. Hey, man, can I say something, God? I'm sorry for getting like that. It's just that when we talk about the flat earth and this, I don't know, man.
You trying to convert flat earthers?
No, I'm not trying to convert nobody,
That's the
bro.
problem.
That's not what it is. It's
Right,
it's just trying to understand the law. There's laws in nature, yo, and I know laws can be broken, right? When we find a new element, things like that.
Long-winded.
But they can be broken. So I mean, it's just it ain't that
right
big.
There, all you gotta do is talk to AD.
I know,
You
right?
talk about flat earth?
I might as well just call you up, AD. I'm gonna start just calling AD up.
If you want.
You might not even want to talk to me about that.
I don't mind. I ain't trying to push
I'm
it.
trying to tell you, he right there.
I know, but I'm trying to go beyond it.
I'm just saying.
In fact, we're gonna take a break on this this topic for a minute, right?
Yeah.
We'll be back at it on Monday.
Nah. We gotta change.
Monday we're gonna be on some other shit.
No, man, we gotta change it. Move on. We'll come back to the subject.
Yeah. Listen,
we'll come back to the subject.
Yeah. And listen,
come back. To
shout out to everybody that came through, man. Thank you, Brother Sanchez. It was a great build tonight. It was dope. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to everybody that sent into their joints. AD, you could land the plane, the rocket. Word. Shout out to everybody. Everybody that hit me up. I didn't pick up the phone because We at the end. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to get up out of here. Word.
I gotta change that up.
Exactly.
All right. So we'll see you guys on Monday.
Monday. Peace. Out.
Why not come out with the best that you got? Why not shine your gold? You know what I'm saying? Why not come out with your crown?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Why not come out with your royal wrist pieces?
Yeah.
Royal queen. You know what I'm saying? Like, represent it to the fullest.
Show us what you got.
JewelsFromTheThrone.com. How long it take you to make? Like 3 weeks. Like, what? I'm like, yeah, because, you know, I want them all to be unique and different. So I let the subconscious, you know what I'm saying, just
Take over.
Yeah. JewelsFromTheThrone.com. There's nobody out there that makes jewelry like me. Nobody. I'm talking about you go anywhere in the world, there's nobody in the world that makes jewelry like me. I make some of the best handcrafted jewelry on the planet. Real 24 karat gold. You know what I'm saying? If you represent that Kemetic culture, you know what I'm saying? I'm the best person to come to provide you with the jewelry that the ancestors provided for us. You know what I'm saying? JewelsFromTheThrone.com.